For us, live streaming conservation events is incredibly important. It enables us to take you from your living room at home onto the ground in Africa to see what the conservation heroes are up to see the plight of the animals, and to be part of it in real time.
Hello, that one looks very bad, unfortunately. She's breathing a little bit faster than we would normally expect from the elephant, and that's almost certainly from the wound. Her body is fighting.
By supporting Painted Dog TV's emergency fund, what it does is actually enable us to react with lightning speed to make sure the money gets to the people on the ground, and in doing so, help save the animals and get them out of danger as quickly as possible. This year has been an incredible example of that. We had 2 wild dog emergencies within a month. And if we didn't have access to those funds, it's almost certain that quite a few of those animals would have either been shot or poisoned. That's the reality of it, and that's conservation.
It almost looks like a military operation, and these have to be planned like military operations. Oh, it's mom and baby coming out first. Here we go.
Thanks to your support, we were able to donate $92,000 in 2023. In 2024, we hope to exceed it, getting to $200,000.
A heartfelt thank you to all our pack members and their continued support.
Good morning, everybody. Good, very exciting morning, everybody. We are here at Hesk, ready and starting to set up and getting ready for the relocation of the 2 white rhino cows that are in a boma here. And at the moment, what's happening is we're all figuring it out, but what's happening is that they're going to start with the first cow, and they're going to head in, and we're actually going to hang back. So what will happen with the first cow, I think what actually needs to happen is both of these rhinos need to be dehorned, and they need to be notched so that their ears reflect a unique ID pattern that will match up with the rest of the rhinos on the Rietspruit Game Reserve. So while we're hanging back, we're going to give them some space to figure out how they're going to do it. The first one we're going to sit back for, and we're going to let the pros do what they do and figure out their mojo. And then we're going to go in for the second female and see how things get done. And then how the day unfolds is we're actually going to head back home to Rietspruit Game Reserve with these 2 these rhinoceroses, and release them, which is fantastic. They've been in a boma for quite a while, and they're going to be moved. Actually, they're going to be moved into our boma on the Rietspruit, just because they've lived the whole winter in conditions where they have actually been fed. and they've been looked after, given water, and we're right at the very end of winter. And being at the end of winter, the conditions are a little bit harsher than they would be. Normal rhino in the wild can weather those conditions because they've kind of gradually been exposed to them over the course of the season. But these girls are going to need a little bit of TLC before the first rains, and then they'll be completely set free. But let me say hello to whoever's with us. Let me check. Hello Connie, hello Bob, Mary, Brandy, Carol, Wendy, have I said Wendy? Willow. We've got a lot of you with us this morning. Welcome everybody. Greer and Ronnie waving. You're live. Behind them you can see the crates those are the crates that we're going to use to load up these rhinos. Greer's been particularly amazing with maneuvering this trailer this morning. That's a skill that I'm going to have to learn from you. You're a pro. I definitely don't. Too many horses. That's exactly what I thought. Horses and boats is where Greer learned her skill set. I am definitely taking lessons. I definitely need lessons. Yeah. Good luck. Let us know how it goes in there. Are you also staying back? Okay, cool. Yeah, us too. We're hanging back for rhino number 2. But please send your questions in. We have lots of, yeah. Thank you, Mary. We're doing a horn trimming. We're not dehorning them. I got to get the semantics right. We want to change the narrative, and I'm still stuck in the old ways. It is helpful because most of them have been dehorned. The first time would be a dehorning, and everything subsequently is actually a trimming because they haven't, grown all the way out and had their full horn. They just need a top-up trim so that they're still safe. And now is the perfect opportunity to do that because they are going to be sedated. They're going to be sedated for removal and transportation. So it's a good time to just make sure that we do a maintenance trimming. Obviously give them the Rietspruit notches and check their general health as well. I'm not sure how much horn they have on them. So it'll be interesting to see that process and how much they have on them. But it's always a good idea to make sure that we maintain them and keep them in top condition so that they're well looked after and safe when they're in the reserve. It'll be interesting. I'm very much looking forward to grabbing some of the key players who've set this intervention up so that we can chat to them about a few things. That'll have to happen a little bit later, just because everybody's keen and full of anticipation, but also we need to get the process on the ball on the roll. Yeah, wow, that doesn't sound like a good metaphor, but get the ball rolling. Yeah, mainly one of the best things about today, and granted it's only just after 6 for us, but one of the best things is that it's cool today. It's really cool today. And that means that we're going to keep the animals in a very moderate conditions, which is far better than having them exposed to extreme heat. Temperature can be quite an influential factor in moving big game, and it just puts undue stress on their bodies if the temperatures of the day get too hot and they're sedated and they're not able to self-regulate as well. So we're really lucky that it's an overcast day. It took us maybe 40 minutes to drive here in the jackal, so we were exposed on the highways. We left camp this morning and it was 10 past 4, so we were all up around 3:30. And then we left at 10 past 4, 10 past 20 past 4, around there. And tell you, this is an amazing car for zooting around the bush and driving over trees. But when you want to be on the highway, in the rain, it was raining, it was a little bit more challenging. But we got here all in one piece, a little bit windswept and very full of excitement and anticipation. Let me check if anybody sent through any questions that we can Good morning, Ronnie and Greer. I'll send that along. Mary says, she says trimming. She's trying to make the change in her head too. I'm trying, Mary. Keep reminding me to be better. All right, Candy Ann, hi. Oh, Canadian Ann. That's quite funny. I like that name. Welcome. Hello, Mum. Everybody's here. Okay. Becky, have I greeted you this morning? Good morning, Becky. I don't know what the hold-up is at the moment, but I see car doors are closing, so perhaps they're going in. Maybe what we'll do once they've gone in is we'll just try and get ourselves a spot on the fence. That'll depend though on if Greer moves her box. It all just depends. Hi, Beth. But there are a lot of people involved this morning. It's quite busy. And I think it's going to be interesting to see, usually in all the horn trimming events I've been involved in. We didn't call them that where I was involved in them, but in all the events that I've been involved in, they've darted the entire crash at a time. So if there's 4 animals in a crash, then they darted all 4. If there was just one, they would obviously just dart the one. But because it seems like they want to do one at a time, I'm wondering if they're going to stagger that, if they're going to dart the first female, trim her horn, add her notches, and then load her up and try and get her on the road, or if they're going to put them both down at the same time and work on them together, parallel teams. We only have one vet at the moment, so I don't think that's the case, just because a lot of this stuff is going to need quite a bit of hands-on veterinary work. But it'll be interesting to see what their method is. I know Brent and Gareth are going to be on the first vehicle. They're not short of hands, but Brent and Gareth are both really, really well versed and obviously carry a lot of rhino intervention experience. So they're just going to rely on or use their expertise as well. So they've gone up to be involved in the horn trimming, in the notching, and in the moving of her onto the cart. I'd be interested to know things like how old these cows are. I'm sure we'll get a better picture when we can grab one of the key people. Everyone's doing inspections on the crates, having a look, just making sure that things are in order. Luckily today, just as we're trying to put the camera on them, they've stopped inspecting. Luckily today, these 2 rhinos don't have to move very far at all. They only have to come home. We're bringing them home. Which is really nice for them. They've lived in a boma for at least all of winter. Actually, I'm not entirely sure as to how long they've been in this boma. So these are all things that we're going to have to try and grab somebody and chat to them, get a better feel. But we'll see. Anybody got any questions? Where are they being moved to, Betty? They're coming to Rietspruit. So these 2 females are coming to the Rietspruit Game Reserve. So this is the beginning of their story. We're going to get some really it's going to be great to spend time with them now. It's crazy to think that they'll live out the rest of their lives on the Rietspruit Game Reserve, and that now we're coming to fetch them. We'll get to see them and touch them and up close, interact with them, and then have them move onto Rietspruit and be able to monitor them for the rest of their lives. And that's what those unique notch numbers are so vital for. I know that I think Kevin keeps a record of all the notched animals that he sees. Gareth has already developed quite a comprehensive record of all the different rhinos that he's seeing on the Rietspruit. So it's going to be fantastic. Sorry, we are struggling with this radio this morning. But it will be fantastic to see them, notch them, and then follow their progress as I think they're young females, but I must confirm that, as they mature and get into their life in the wild on the Rietspruit. What is the backstory here? Wendy, honestly, I'm going to need to get somebody who we can interview a little bit later on just to make sure that all the facts are correct. All I know for now is that the process is to bring 2 females onto the Rietspruit Game Reserve and take 2 males off of the Rietspruit Game Reserve. What's happening is, I think actually at least one of the bulls that we're removing from Rietspruit is one of No Hope's oldest sons. And what's happening is that we just can't have our genetics becoming too integrated. You don't want any degree of compromising of the genetic line. So we are removing the males because they were born on the reserve and bringing in the females because they weren't. And just that way keeping our genetics really nice and strong. It's important in these closed systems. I'm sure Brent has spoken through it a number of times, but it's really important for the genetic integrity of a population in a closed system that humans do get involved in the management of making sure that nobody's inbreeding or compromising genetic lines. But Wendy, we'll get back to you on that one. Becky, I hope you'll be awake. Candy, or Canadian, why do I want to call you Candy? I don't know. Canadian. Once they're in their crates and we're on the road, it shouldn't take more than 45 minutes to get to the Rietspruit Game Reserve. The question is, how long is the vet inspection and the horn trimming and the notching going to take, and then how easily are we going to be able to put them in their crates? So we don't expect it to take too long. Maybe I would say a maximum of an hour an animal, but I think that's really a maximum. So probably more likely. Okay, we got to reverse. It sounds like we got to reverse a little bit. Gareth was the last one driving this car, so I need to put my booster seat in. That's better. I'm not sure why we've been told to move back, but we listen to instructions, otherwise we don't want to get in the way. We want to make this seamless. Also, it could be that the 2 rhinos are quite close to the fence here. If that's the case, then they just want a buffer. Alrighty. Am I getting the instruction? Back, go back, go back, go back, go back, go back. It's like I'm a hornbill. I don't envy Greer reversing that trailer now, but I do think I'm going to need to have her instructions and her lessons to be able to reverse such a huge trailer. Alrighty.
Ja, hier is anders. Hij gaat oral.
Okay. Are we good here? I don't know if Greer wants to come past.
No, it's not us making noise. It's that trailer was just stop fiddling.
Oh, is that what's going on? So it's the noises that they're worried about. Okay. And are they, do you know anything about these females? Are they young?
No.
No, nothing. You don't
About
know.
8 years old.
They're about, oh, they're both of them.
This was in 8 jaar.
Ja, 7 en 8
8,
years.
ja.
7 and 8, so they're not actually that young. Have they had calves before?
No.
No, neither of them. And have they lived their whole lives here?
Yes.
This is so exciting. Okay, so they have lived their whole lives here at Hesk, and they're 7 and 8 years old but haven't had calves yet. So this is going to be very exciting to see them on the Rietspruit, to see how they handle men. Okay. I mean, that means that they're going to be big girls. They're not going to be small rhinos. I wonder. Brent's not very good at being the reverse lights. Or what are those sensors? That's effectively what Brent's doing for Greer.
That's fine, they can stay there, they must just not fiddle. That's all right.
How big is the enclosure that they're in? Not huge.
It's smaller than the one we are in now.
Okay, so they'll be aware of us and our presence. Okay, so the enclosure is not too big, so the rhinos are well aware that there's something going on. Maybe that is why we're backing away, just to give them a bit of peace and quiet. Were they born here? No, okay, they were moved here when they were young. I'm learning so much. We're going to have to think of effective and fun little names for them. Maybe they have names already. Do they? Do they already have names?
Yes.
What are their names?
Karula and Kalula.
Karula and Kalula. Lula. That's going to be fun. Lula and Kalula. Okay. Somebody take note of this. Mary, please let me know. And we... Okay. We will make note of that and figure out who's who. Once we have their notch numbers, then we'll be able to tell them apart. But Lula and Kalula. Yeah, I agree with you, Carol. It is a long time, but the ending is happy. We have Brent. Do you need some mic?
No, you should be able to pick up my mic from here.
Okay.
How's everyone going? Everyone good?
We're good. We're keen with anticipation.
So these animals were orphans. However, they've been in a big area, so they're not too used to people. So they're a little bit skittish. So we've had to move back a little bit. And Pete's in there now. So we're going to try dart the first one, which is the more skittish of the two. And then the second one, we'll try to get the vehicle in. But if we can't, obviously the work comes first and the filming second. Andrew is in there filming non-live, so there will be some footage of it. And yeah, it's exciting times. 2 very important females in terms of the genetics of the Rietspruit, to add some more females, because we're quite bull heavy at the moment, and we're going to be taking off some bulls maybe today, depending on how this goes. If this doesn't go as quickly as we would like, we'll probably do the bulls in a week or so. Okay, I'm going back to the front. Bye.
Goodbye. There you go. A little bit more info. Give me a second to sort out my mic here. Sometimes I think my with all my wires, I feel like a patient in a hospital. I have one in my ear and one down my top. No, that's all good. Just things to get used to. Hi, Brent. Bye, Brent. That was quick. Sorry, Becky. Didn't keep him very long. Okay, so they were orphaned. Lyle, sorry, we're just trying to get some info because everybody's interested. Do you know where they were orphaned or where they've come, like, you know, where they came from, or? Not sure. Okay. But mothers poached or things like that. Okay. And obviously not the same areas either. Different, because they're different ages. Okay, well, we'll see if we can. Yeah, it will be cool just to know for genetics where they come from. Okay, so is quite, quite a harsh reality, the poaching at the moment, and the fact that these girls are 7 and 8 years old respectively and were orphaned because of poaching. So really good to know that they're strong, they've survivors, and that they are going to become huge contributors in the area, in the wild rhino space. But also, it's just stark when you think about the fact the surgence of rhino poaching has really happened more in the last 4 or 5 years. But these two, 7 and 8, poaching's been around for a long time. I think it really started to ramp up for rhinos, at least in around 2014, 15. So that would be 10 years. But these would have been some of the mothers here would have been some of the first in the big surge of rhino poaching. And it's really sad, but it's also really special to see how there's a happy ending and how we can turn these things for good, knowing that we have 2 strong females who are going to really create a new story on Rietspruit Game Reserve, especially because we're bull heavy. We're going to be able to make sure they have calves, hopefully, and then the genetics continue. It's great that there are interventions like this available as well. If you think about, the grim outcome that could have become their reality if there weren't people on the ground, interventions, being able to move them to safe places like this. We wouldn't have the day we have today, but instead there are people like that who are doing the work. Rhino Revolution is incredible. There's a lot of good stuff going on that's really making us feel positive about the prospects. Also good to know that Dr. Rogers is in there, because it means that things are going to start unfolding. It's interesting that they're skittish because they're in smaller enclosures in a centre where people actually do come and visit. So it is quite fascinating that they are skittish rhinos. I hope they settle when they're in the wild so that we can view them and keep up with them. We are so far away from the Rietspruit Game Reserve, but with our funny little radio that doesn't want to turn off, I can't believe we're still getting the signal. No, nothing changes. I mean, 8 years old is obviously a 7 and 8. They're considered mature, or they've just come into their prime. It would have been probably too young for them to have had calves, but if you think of a life expectancy around 30 years, they've got a lot of time to enjoy freedom in a big reserve. It'll be interesting to watch how they fare going into the next dry season. This is the perfect time of the year to move them, absolutely perfect, because we have a boma, but summer rains are on their way, and by the end of October we expect the transformation to have started occurring, which means that they're probably only going to be in a boma for 3 or 4 weeks, and then the bush will green up, it will flush out, and the grass will be so tender and so lush that they'll be able to go out and survive. And then they'll experience the gradual change into next winter. And so they won't need to be supplemented like they will for the last 3 or 4 weeks of this winter. It's not, it feels like winter this morning, but it's not really winter. It's spring, and it's rapidly becoming summer. So they're going to be a really fascinating case to watch because of their life in captivity, and now their relocation into a wild life. I think what they have on their side is that they're not predators. There's always grass. It's not like they have to learn to hunt. It's not like they'll have to find a gap in the ecosystem where they feel like they fit, but it's a lot less brutal for the rhino cows than it is for the bulls, and so they'll be tolerated and they'll find their place. And then they'll need to start getting familiar with where the good water sources are, where the right grass compositions are that they enjoy and can glean the most nutrients from, and they'll figure it out. They're going to have a lot of stimulation in the next couple of weeks and months. Typically speaking, white rhinos don't need to be bomed. So there's a hard release and a soft release. And hard release is when you move an animal and you just let it go into the wild. And a soft release is putting them in a boma, supplementing their feeding, supplementing their water intake, letting them acclimatize, seeing if they've sustained any injuries or ailments from the journey, or if anything underlying has surfaced because of the stress of travel. But generally, animals like elephants and rhinos, wildebeest, a lot of the larger herbivores are pretty hardy, and they don't require soft releases. They don't require this bomering interim stage. It's usually used for the predators. So you would have noticed that with the wild dogs. We bomed them for a while. That was also because they needed to bond as a pack. For the cheetahs, we bomed them, and that's because they're predators, and actually they can have underlying complications that will never surface until they're under a little bit of stress, and then they could surface. So it's really good to boma those animals and just give them time to make sure that they are in really good health. Also, the environment is new. Give them time where we supplement their feeding, where they get to grips with the new smells, even the new context, and then let them out. It just is your success rate is far higher if you do soft release on most predators. But these girls are getting a soft release. They're getting a cushy welcome to the wild. It's like a hotel. They're going to get nice green grass and fresh water. Lucky girls. It's going to be the Rietspruit spa, rhino spa.
The male lion coming.
Canadian says you love watching everything waking up. If you mean everything, you mean me. I am waking up, slowly but surely. In some ways it feels like the afternoon. Okay, things are getting moving, so I think that they might have put one of these females down. I think she's probably asleep. I can see there's a crew that are going in now. And one of the vehicles with the trailer is also getting going, so this is all very good signs here. Okay. Canadian, you ask, when do rhinos typically have their first calves? It's usually can be around the 6-7 mark. I mean, that depends on varying factors and environmental conditions. There's records of bulls trying to mount females as early as 4 years old. They're not even fully grown at 4 years old, and they can sustain some damage. So it's a little bit later. So typically they are at roughly the right age to start, well, maybe to have their first calf. They won't obviously have their first calf because they haven't met the males yet. But within the next couple of years, we would expect them, after they feel like they've settled, they've made friends, they've figured out who's who in the zoo, they've ascertained which are the dominant males, who's got the best genetics, who's holding territory, then they'll start to breed, and that will be really nice. But typically in a wild context, 6, 7, 8 would be primiparity for white rhinos. Oof, I can hear trailers clanking in the distance. See if we've got any. Hi Guido, hi Julie, nice of you to, or Janine, sorry, nice of you to join us. We're just waiting. The first rhino is being done now, but she was a little bit skittish. They wanted to get her done with as few hands and as few as lower the stress level, so as little stress as possible. So we're just hanging back. We're going to let them work on the first female. She needs a horn trimming. They need to put notches in, and then they'll load her on a trailer. And then we should be able to go in with the second cow. We're not guaranteed of that. Obviously, nothing trumps animal welfare. Animal welfare has to be at the very top of what we do. Otherwise, everything we do would be futile. So we are hanging back. Can you hear that? I don't know if you can hear that on the ambient mic. That's the sound of a horn being trimmed. That means they've at least got one female. They use a chainsaw. It's just the easiest way to remove the horn, and they're going to be doing it a little bit above her growth plate. Females, they can go a lot lower so if you imagine rhino horns, the males, they leave a very substantial buffer on the male's horns. And that's because males still fight. Whether they've got their horn or not, they're going to come to blows. And they really need a buffer on the front horn. What they were finding, I mean, this is at the very beginning of the horn trimming debacle, 6, 7 years ago, even longer, when they really first decided that they needed to trim rhinos' horns, was that they were trimming them with just enough that they weren't hitting the growth plate. Because the growth plate, obviously that would hurt. It's like your fingernail. If you clip the nail bed, that's really painful, and it can damage the potential future growth. So they were clipping them, males and females, as close to the growth plate as possible in order to minimize the amount of times they'd have to sedate them to redo the operation. But then they found that in the very initial, and this is what happens, trial and error in these conservation, cutting edge, frontline conservation things, is it has to be a trial and error process, and we need to allow for a buffer of trial and error. But in the very beginning, we're talking, like I said, 8 to 10 years ago, they were trimming males' horns a little bit too low, and when they would come to contact with one another, some of them were getting hairline fractures all up the front of their face. And so a little bit more research was conducted, and they figured out that they needed, I think, three or four male, like a big vet's fingers from the growth plate in order to create a really good, low enough that it's not interesting for poachers, but enough of a buffer that they can fight without doing damage to their facial structure. And so the females, now that they're trimming, they're able to go a lot lower than they would on the bulls. The bulls, like I said, need a bit of a buffer. So it always looks funny when they've done a bull because he's smooth and round and he's got this big like knob on his nose. Whereas the females, they can take quite low. So long as they don't damage the growth plate or get close enough to that growth plate, they can, really trim it quite nice and flat. And that means that females, we don't have to, generally speaking, rule of thumb, don't have to trim them as regularly. Check if anybody's got questions or comments. That's great, Mary. You're welcome to share that along. Apparently someone on the public page has information on Lula and Lula. escapade. I guess I could go onto the page. I wish we'd been given their names yesterday, and then we could have checked it all out. But you know, like I said, we've got time with these girls. They're not exactly they're not going anywhere. Well, they are. They're coming to us. So we'll have lots of time to investigate these things. But if somebody has posted factual and interesting information, you're welcome to share that. Thank you. What will also be very fascinating for me is when they're released. It'll be interesting to see if they stick together. Based on what I know, I suspect they will stick together. But it's possible that they could also separate out and join up with different crashes. Usually you're not going to see females on their own. They're usually in crashes either with their offspring or their offspring, somebody else's offspring, and themselves, or even 2 or 3 females together and maybe a bull trailing them to figure out if anybody is interesting. You can hear an oriole flying and calling. Don't worry about it, Basil, it's going to be very trickle. There you go, you can hear. Oh, there's one perched. I don't know if you'll get it. Do you think you'll get it there? Maybe we can try. We're birding while we're waiting. Nope, of course, it's flying above me right now. Black-headed oriole. It is a beautiful call. I'm so excited for the migrants to come back. Do you think you've got one there? That looks like a bulbul. That's not an oriole. That's a dark-capped bulbul. Behind that tree. I'm not so sure if I can't see it, but I believe you. I can hear them calling all around us. Should we see if there's any... Okay, I'm going to read what Mary's got from the public channel. If you're the person who posted it, thank you so much. Okay, so Lula was 4 months old when she arrived, and she had witnessed poachers killing her mother. That sounds so. 4 months of cough. So it's incredible that they got into where's it? So I had a situation on Mala Mala where, well, a few situations in the time I was there, but one particular one, we found a rhino calf that was probably actually about a year old, and we never found a carcass or any, you know, signs of the mother, but we found a calf and we followed it, and eventually actually it was darted and taken to a sanctuary. I think it was taken to Care for Wild, and that story ended really beautifully as well, because that little rhino got the care it needed, but we had to stick with it through thick bush. We had to follow it so that the helicopters could dart it and then remove it. And it's quite funny to watch a rhino being transported by a helicopter, because they attach its legs and then obviously it's sedated and then they fly like that. It's quite funny, but that rhino was really lucky. We had other little baby rhinos that lions caught, and so a rhino is not a typical food source for a lion at all, but a rhino, a baby rhino without a mother, especially 4 months old, is very vulnerable to predation. I even actually have a friend who watched a clan of hyenas killing a new rhino calf. So it happens from time to time, but if Lula was 4 months old, she was very susceptible to predation, very vulnerable. And so this is super cool that she managed to get rescued and luck was on her side. Of course, yes, Mary. So the rest of that is that bonding with other orphans has helped her settle. Rhinos are quite gregarious, especially the white rhinos. I mean, you can see them in huge crashes of up to, the biggest crash I've seen is 13, but I know of people who've seen crashes of up to 20. I'm hearing the trailer moving. They're loading her. I don't know if you can hear that, but I'm going to be quiet. Yeah, I think they've loaded her. I don't know which one they've loaded, but they definitely have loaded a rhino. You could hear a lot of banging and clanging. What would have had to happen is they would have had to walk her onto the truck. And so she's semi-sedated for that process. And at 7 or 8 years old, she's pretty big. So everyone's got to be quite careful when they're moving a big female that they don't get in the way of her. It would be nice to get an update. I'm very curious. Okay, we have now got one about Kalula. Kalula was about 5 months old, and she was also found next to her mother's carcass, which still had the horn intact. That's very interesting. So obviously, like you've said here, it's believed that the poachers were interrupted. Yeah, I mean, another terrifying story, but thankfully she was rescued as well. Their stories are very similar, very young, and mum's been poached and the babies are found within a couple of, I'd imagine within a couple of hours. It's also really cool that they had each other that they could grow up with and, you know, find solace in. I don't want to anthropomorphize, because I think that I think it's really not fair to project our human emotions onto what the animals are experiencing, because they're a different species. They experience things differently to us. But definitely is, speaking to that gregarious part of their character, probably been a saving grace for both of them that they've had one another to grow up alongside. And I'm sure that there would have been older rhinos kept with them when they were a little bit younger, like a mentor, a mother figure that they would have probably shadowed, at least for a short period of time. Sometimes those pairings don't always work, but clearly there was success here because we have 2 adult females.
Baba Kevin coming.
It would be interesting.
Go ahead.
It would be interesting to figure out who's who's older, if Lula's older or Kalula's older.
I was off the vehicle when that announced my time here. Okay, copy.
And if you know, if they arrived at the same time, one of them was, well, they wouldn't have because they're a year apart. Let's just wait and see if we have any more news here. Thank you, Mary, and whoever helped on the public chat. Thanks for those little tidbits on our 2 girls. We'll have to keep a record of all of that stuff so that we can just monitor their stories, and it's so good to know background. It's so good to understand their context. You know, Mary says both were terrified, aggressive, and skittish, but the other orphans helped them recover. And from chatting to the guides here at HESC, it sounds like they're still a little bit skittish. So hopefully time will mellow them out a little bit when they feel safe and live a normal rhino life. Let me see if I can find out what's going on that side. I'm asking Gareth and I'm asking Brent. Let's see if they give us an update. For now, though, we're going on what we can hear. And what we can hear was a chainsaw, so she's been trimmed, and some clanging around in a trailer, so she's probably been boxed. Now we just need to figure out whether or not the second female will let us into the pen so that we can see what's going on, or if we need to do what we've done now and just hang back. You can hear a brown-hooded kingfisher calling in the background. There's a lot of little wildlife around us. We saw some duikers coming in. Okay, I can see the bulk of the team returning, unless this is a crew that was left on the outside. Might have been a crew that was left on the outside. Let's see, is that better, Vian? Okay. Okay, I'm seeing some people moving this way. What's the update? Is she, oh, is she being difficult? I don't know what that means. We're gonna have to ask somebody for more of an update. Oh, Gareth just texted me. He says the first one is loaded, so that's good news. Here comes Brent and Gareth. I can see both of them. Do you think either of them is going to come and chat to us? Perhaps they'll let us know whether or not it's possible for us to get in to the next one. Oh, I can hear something else moving on the left. Maybe it's people. Yeah, we haven't yet got the attention of Gareth or Brent, but there they are. You can kind of see them chatting to the right of the trailer in front of us. Yeah, it's good to know that at least one of them's on the trailer. Obviously the other one's not. The trailer's in front of us. How could I be so silly? I'm very curious to know what's happened. Ooh. I can hear some, oh, here comes the trailer. That's good news. Now we just have to figure out whether she's going to go straight to Rietspruit. Obviously we're not going to release without us there. So just figuring out if she's going to go straight to Rietspruit or if they get her with the second one. Well, we have a 50% success so far, and the morning is, it's not yet 7 a.m. this night. It's all see if I can what's the update there?
So the first one is in the trailer.
She's loaded.
Just waiting for the second one to Dr. Rodgers
To put it down. Do we know which one that one is?
It was Kalula.
Kalula was first. Do you know who's older?
I'm not sure, but I'll find out.
Okay, thank you. Kalula is loaded. Is she the more shy one? Okay, thank you. And is she more shy? Okay, okay. We're not sure who's more shy because they did want to dart the more shy one first, but Kalula is loaded. She's the older one. So Kalula is 8 for our notes. I'm going to have to rely on all of you to send me all the notes because I'm gleaning information. I feel like a reporter today. I'm gleaning little bits of information from whoever I can. Kalula's the 8-year-old, so Lula will be the 7-year-old, and so Kalula's the one then who's Mum, they didn't even take, the poachers didn't even take the horn. That whole event was disrupted. All right, good to know that we have Kalula on the truck. Dr. Rogers is trying to sedate Lula now. And from there, we'll take it as it comes. I think the reason we haven't had Gareth or Brent come this way is because they're on standby. They're ready for the second that she goes down. They're going to have to get involved. I did try and phone them, but I think it's probably unrealistic to think that either of them are going to answer a phone call now. I wonder if I could call Gareth. Maybe we'll get the go-ahead to come through. I'm being optimistic, I'm not sure. If either of them are shy, then perhaps not. Anybody got any more questions for us? I have lots of experts running around that I can try and field questions to. So if any of you have any questions, you're welcome to send them over. Carol will be our best pal in taking all the notes that we're gathering about Lula and Kalula today. Lula and Kalula. Yes, that's right. I get confused. I'm getting myself tongue-tied over these names. Okay, let's go. All of us. Can we come? Oh, just us. We're waiting. Aw. Carol, you sound like me. If you don't write it down, then it's gone in seconds. That's how I feel as well about information, which is absolutely ridiculous. I don't feel like I'm old enough or overworked enough to have a bad memory, short-term memory, but I do. I have a good long-term memory. Oh yeah, can we have a look? This looks like Kalula's horns. Nice. So she's been trimmed before?
Yeah, this is her
second dehorning. Wow, okay, they're quite weighty. Let's have a look here, Basil. Oh, they've got such a strange smell. I mean, I always find this, but here is her front horn. So that would be like that, and then here's her back horn, if that's kind of how it would be set on her face. And you can have a look here at how, if you can just zoom in a little bit for me, Basil. If we can look at this portion here, this really is just like fingernail. So this keratin I mean, if you clip your toenails, which is quite a disgusting prospect, but if you know, this is exactly what it looks like, what it feels like, you'd be surprised how similar it is to our nail texture. So that I must just make sure I don't get in the car because we could get in trouble. But this is her second horn trimming, and you can see the different coloration from here. So this is obviously there was no growth involved here. We're just looking at Kalula's horns. And then this is her back horn. Here's Brent. Maybe he'll give us a quick update. Okay. Thank you so much. We had Brent. We lost Brent. We had him for all of 3 seconds. Okay, here he comes. Pacing. It wouldn't be a normal intervention day if Brent wasn't pacing. Okay, are we going?
Yeah, you got to be very quiet.
Alrighty, I'm going to put my mic on this side so that you can tell us the update on Kalula.
She's in the trail over there. Now, they're still very skittish, so we're going to try to dart the second one. And then because there's no other rhino that we've got to deal with, that we will go in once the animal's down.
Okay. Good stuff. Huffing and puffing.
Yeah, she's in that trail over there. We just got to be very quiet around there.
Okay. Is she sedated or is she...
No, she's been woken up, no?
Okay, cool. Beep, beep, beep.
Okay.
We're going to go
So
ahead
just-
of Greer.
Yeah, just park on, don't go in front of it.
Okay,
just
cool.
Where you can get ahead. Okay. Whew, managing cars and people. So much fun.
Did she go down well? Sorry, we're going to be really quiet.
Exactly. Yeah, she did well. Okay. Just stop here. Okay. There we go. So we're gonna go in first once Pete gives us the all clear. I gotta go find who's got the radio.
Okay, cool. No problem. Contact us about how this went. Yeah. We're going to ask Gareth to talk to us about...
Here we go. Here's someone.
Oh, who? Yes. Honey, do you want to come tell us how it went? That's better. You see Gareth all the time.
Oh, okay.
Okay, we got to share a mic. I'm going to go this way.
problem.
This is fine.
Hi, guys.
Hi. How did it go in there?
Very well, very quickly.
Yes.
The only problem was the other rhino obviously is still in, so it's a security issue
Yeah.
for everybody involved. So we wanted to keep the numbers of people down.
Perfect. And they're nervous.
And yeah, very skittish. So they were probably
Yeah.
know there's something strange going on today because of all the vehicles and the noise.
Yeah.
And so yeah, but it went very well.
Very
Went straight
smooth.
into the crate.
Okay.
She's calm. Just had a look at her now, and she's a bit offside now.
Is she big for
Yeah.
her age?
Yeah.
She's 7. She's 8. She's 8. She's 8 and the other one's 7.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We're figuring it all out.
yeah.
Okay, so and did you just sedated one first?
Yes.
Okay, so the other one they're still looking to
They
sedate
are now looking for her, I think.
Okay.
And then we can all go in and you can.
Fantastic.
Stream,
Very
yeah.
exciting.
Very exciting.
Very exciting. And do we know if we're going to have any success with the bulls yet or not yet?
It looks like I spotted already one. So we've got a location, which is great
Good.
to start, and the weather looks nice so
Fantastic
far.
day for it, isn't it?
Cloudy, so we hope it stays cool and below 30, and then we can move ahead.
Then we can have a very productive day.
Yes,
This is fantastic.
absolutely,
Thank you so
absolutely.
much.
Cool, guys. Thanks for being part of it and
Yeah.
helping and joining.
No, thank you for all the
Today,
work you do. Hannah is like Rhino Revolution is all on him, on his shoulders.
No.
And
There's
your
so many-
team, and your
yeah,
team.
and the team,
Yeah.
yeah.
So that's, I mean, this is all thanks to them. This is a fantastic initiative. How did you manage to find them?
That's a long story. But in the end, we are happy they are getting onto a bigger reserve,
Yeah.
obviously, and they can finally start breeding now.
Yeah,
Because,
yeah.
like you said, they're 7 and 8,
Right age.
right age, and now they will meet the Rhino Revolution boys,
Yeah.
hopefully, and reproduce.
Hopefully we have more babies.
Very happy ending for these animals.
Yes. Do you know her notch number?
I think we are allocating them at a later stage.
Okay, so she hasn't been done now.
Not now.
Okay.
So we're doing
Not yet.
111 and then 222.
Okay, that's cool. That'll be nice and easy
Yeah.
to remember. 111 and 222.
222, exactly.
Thank you so much, Rhino.
Thanks,
That's
guys.
amazing. We're excited. It's so nice to be able to chat to the real heroes behind the scenes. Let me turn back this way. I'm contorting myself. Yeah, they've done a lot of work and put a lot of effort in to be able to get this right. So very, very exciting that we're here and we're getting it done. Which bulls are being removed, Carol? I do know, but I'm gonna have to quickly go back and let me check for you. It's gonna just take me a second, but I'm gonna find out quickly, and then I'll let you know. Okay, we're looking to try and move bull 12 and 20. I'm not sure who they're related to. I'm not sure, you know, which females they were born to, but I know that there are something's going on here. I'm not sure what it is, but I know that they are definitely. Oopsie, I know that they definitely were born on the reserve, and that's why it's important that they're being moved off the reserve. Okay, doesn't look good for viewing just yet. It seems that they've actually brought people back. Even Andrew is no longer out there. So I think that at least while they're putting her under anesthetic and sedating her, they just want people to hang back. And that's fair. We're okay with that. It's about Lula now. Sorry, I didn't have time to grab Hannah on that question, Carol, but at least we had it somewhere in the archives. Here comes the main man, Andrew. What's up? Hello. Andrew's saying, hello, everybody.
We got fired, we're not blending.
Clearly there were too many people on the back of that car. There's a lot of people here this morning. I think if I were just doing a rough head count, I'd say about 40 people. So it's actually seriously important that everybody does keep their volume low, because Kalula's literally just behind us. I don't know, it's not really possible to go there and have a look, is it? No, we can't. We're stuck here, unfortunately. But she's loaded up on the trailer behind us, and everybody is having their chatter. And if we chatter a little bit too loudly, we could really unsettle her. But what they've done is they've reversed her sedative. So she's actually fully conscious in that trailer now. And that's... Oh, hi. And just stealing his water. I thought he was coming to give me a fright. You've got to be careful when you're living with all boys. I promise you. Somebody's going to give you a fright somewhere. And what was the story? Why are you not in there?
We got fired.
We got fired.
Yeah. No, the Rhino is basically, it's learned from the first dive.
Oh, okay.
People on the back.
Yeah, okay. I've tried.
No, I think it's just a loose connection.
That's just the mic here.
No, I know.
Figuring it out.
So nothing is,
Reading
which means it's just, it's probably a short.
somewhere.
No, just on the face.
Oh, okay.
I just need to do it when we get home. I need to pop that off, and it could even just be a fuse.
It might be something simple.
No.
It's working,
Yes.
so it's fine.
But you can't change the volume.
You can't change the volume. You can't switch it off. Okay, so what Andrew's just reported is that, I'm sure you heard, but things are just picking up in chaos here, that there's the first rhino, the whole process has kind of made the second one a little bit more skittish and nervous and rightfully apprehensive of the vehicles. Remember, they've been through a couple of traumatic experiences in their lives. So they've lost their mothers at the hands of humans. Then they've been caught and moved here from where they lost their mothers. And now this Lula has watched Karula being darted and moved. So it's natural that her anxiety is anxiety, that she's just having a heightened cortisol spike, and she's a little bit stressed under the circumstances. That's completely normal, but that she's just a little bit stressed. And so they've offloaded all the people that were on the back of the bakkie, and they're going to try and do this with just Dr. Rogers and maybe another set of hands. And as soon as she's down, they'll let us know and we'll be able to go in. Part of the caution with the first one was that there was still an alert rhino in the pen, obviously. Okay, Mary says to let everyone know that if you want to watch the whole thing up close in video, there are recordings in the library on this channel. I don't know, are you talking about for dehornings and relocation, oh, horn trimmings and relocations? Yeah, that we have done quite a few of those procedures. I'm sure there's going to be, well, there definitely are things on YouTube where you can watch back and see how it's done. But we're hoping that we can get in there and get involved. G? Can you stand here? Yeah. Did you, why is Brent's leg bleeding? Did you have quite a debacle in the process of getting on the trailer?
Brent was running through the bush to get a rope to tie around the first rhino's leg.
Her name is Kalula.
Kalula.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now I know.
She's 8 years old.
It was quite funny watching Brent run through the bush trying to get to this rope.
Okay.
It was very elegant.
Very, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Did you help put her on the trailer?
Yep.
How come you're so clean? 'Cause you know what you're doing.
I know what I'm doing. Something like that.
How come you didn't dehorn her now? I mean,
She
sorry,
was.
why did you not put notches in her ears now?
I don't know.
Really?
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on behind the scenes. I'm just there for manpower.
Okay, understood.
To walk the rhino into the crate is what I was doing.
Okay. And she walked well into the crate?
Mhm.
How far did you have to move her?
50 meters.
40 to 50
50
meters.
meters.
Okay.
But she was right up against the fence,
Oh.
and the fence wasn't turned off.
Oh, so did she get shocked? Did you get
I
shocked?
didn't get shocked. I stayed away from the fence.
Did other people get shocked?
I don't know. I don't think anybody got shocked.
Okay. They should probably turn the fences off, I suppose.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anybody have any questions for Gareth? He knows more about this than I do. Yeah,
How many people do you
Canadian.
have?
Well, 11 on our private chat.
Oh.
I'm not sure what the public chat's doing. But Canadian says, I wish I could just let her know that she's okay and she's going to be okay. I agree with you. It would be nice to let them know that they're going to be okay. But soon, I think they'll figure it out and it will
They'll be in their new home soonish.
soonish.
Once we get the next one.
Lula.
Is it Lula?
Lula and Kalula. Kalula's behind us.
Okay, so once we get Lula into the next crate, it'll be off to the new home.
Mm-hmm. And then into the boma.
And then into the boma, and then from there they can get released once they know where they are.
Well, once there's grass for them to eat.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Why are you laughing? Andrew's here pulling funny faces off to the side.
So funny. A presenter always wants to throw their buddies off behind the scenes.
How's
We're
everybody
watching
doing
them.
at home?
Everybody looks like
Is
they're
everybody good?
very excited.
Who do we have?
Someone needs to learn to speak Rhino to let them know that everything's going to be okay. We have Mary and Barbara and Connie and Becky and Betty and Wendy and Carol
And Ruth.
and Ruth, Mum Ruth,
Mum Ruth.
and we have Canadian. And if I've missed anybody, then I'm sorry. Guido,
First
Bob.
schooler life.
Yeah, I think that's Janine, right?
Okay.
I'm learning all these little hacks that all of you already know.
Gotta keep your mic next to your mouth.
I know, but I got to share with you.
Alright, so the dart is in. Do you know that?
No, we didn't know
No,
that.
so the dart is in, what's her name? Lula.
Lula. Okay, so they've got the dart.
So we're
in
just
Lula.
waiting for
That's
her to
really
go
good.
down and then we can move in.
Yeah. Generally, in your experience, how long does it take from when the dart goes in to
I
it
think we're using a lighter dart
than normal?
than what we would normally for just dehorning.
We call it horn trimming.
Horn trimming.
They've already shouted at me on the chat.
Sorry, I do apologize. But we're using a lighter dosage because they're getting moved, so we're not putting them down for half an hour to do everything. It's a light sedation,
Okay.
so they might take a little bit longer to go down initially, and then they're quite aware. Whereas normally with horn trimming that I've done before, the animal's not, it's gone down, we get to it, and then you put a reversal in and stabilize the animal, and then you put the complete reversal in.
Okay. But there's going to be no reversal of this one because she's got a light sedation.
So once they get into
things.
the trailer, they then have a reversed.
Okay, it looks like we're heading in. she's down, I think. So just hold on, folks. Bear with me for a second while I clip myself back into the mic. Let's, are we going? Okay.
Jump, fast. Speed.
Okay, where are we going? Brent's going to show us where we need to go.
And then, let me see, might need to pick up Janelle unless she's right. Yeah. Or Andrew.
Okay.
Sit on the bonnet.
Brent's going to go on the bonnet. I feel like a teenager.
Yeah, so jump on, I'll sit on the bonnet. Okay. Andrew, come, hurry.
Where are we going?
Just follow her. We need to pick her up. If somebody can close up, yeah?
Just jump on the car, on this way.
Okay.
Okay, let's go.
We moving, people. Yeah, if I do anything. Sorry, I'm not actually hearing. What was that, Basil?
Okay, he's got life insurance.
Yes.
You like a lift?
And now spring.
Go. Oh my goodness me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We basically have a rhino on the jackal right now.
Okay, so Basil needs to stay on the car, huh?
Yeah, we'll stay here. Where are we parking? Just here.
Maybe get out of the way for the train.
Oh, there's a, okay. You know what, I'm gonna pull off onto the side because the rhino's still actually up. Can you see her there, Basil, against the fence? Everybody, it's getting very exciting. You know what we don't need? I'm not gonna say what we don't need. Up. She's gonna sit easy, Andrew. We nearly lost Andrew there. She looks like she's gonna sit on the fence. She's got a little bit of growing to do, actually. Okay, everyone, we're just gonna hang back. You see that curled up tail? She is obviously experiencing a little bit of distress. We just need to wait for her to go down. Yes. Okay. At this point, Mary, she's actually not registering much that's going on. It's more about the noise factors, more about, is this fine? Okay. The noise factor is more about the one that's been reversed in the trailer, but we're no longer with her, so I'm just going to drive Andrew over quickly. Just joking. I think you can get her there, Basil. She's just behind the man. We're going to hang back. Into the side. Oof. Okay, we're going. We've been told by the big boss, Dr. Rogers, that it's okay if we come close. Do you want to hop on, Gareth? Are you good? I heard you. Power up the Starlink. Okay, Basil's not really hearing you, but I'm going to pull off to the side. I don't think she can go much further. She's going to go down. There she is. She is beautiful, Canadian. Oh, you shouting about the trimming. Yeah, we'll get there. We'll practice in our quiet times. G and I will talk to each other about horn trimming, not dehorning. I have something in my eye. Of course, I would have something in my eye now. Fine. Oh, okay. So the trailer's going to go past us now,
lose them when you go to jail.
Okay. Ali's sitting on the back and she's just been given Kalula's horns. We did have a nice look at them earlier. She was giving them with a small threat. Lose them and you'll go to jail. She won't lose them. Okay. Now, of course, she would have gone down on the fence. Exactly. She actually is quite little. She's not a big female. I know she's the younger of the two, but she's definitely not.
But this Dumme ist ja, der hält im Tor zu schnell ein und der next door chasing each other around the fence.
Now they need to move her off the fence. I think they've switched the fence off though, which is good. Nobody was very worried about. Nobody was too worried about the fence. I'm gonna go forward a little onto the side and then you can. Okay, I just need to reverse a little. Okay, I think we're staying here. We gotta just switch off where we are. We have some other people who are here to try and view. We've been given a don't come any closer signal and that's fine. I think she's got more than enough people overwhelming her. Luckily she's sedated, so. One more time, Vian. Sorry, I'm not getting you. Watch your heads, everybody. Okay, I'm gonna park right here. Never mind. Okay. Got the dart out there. I'm gonna move Basil. That's, where do you need me? Okay. I'm gonna ask them if they don't mind. Can we just have a small gap here? Thank you. Sorry. There you go, that's great. Almost great. Sorry. Do you mind? Can we just have a little gap in here? Then we can. Thank you. There you go. All right. That's better. Okay, so they've put I think it's an antibiotic that they've put into the dart site. That's just good for her generally, so that her body's going through a little bit of a stressful situation now, and antibiotic it's just a perfect opportunity to be able to bolster her immune system. So where the dart has come out, they've put the antibiotic in. I think you can see there, but there. We do have to just watch. Okay, there's lots of people. You want to? Okay, there's a lot of. That's better. Okay, we're keeping our volume low at the moment. Trying to get her to stand up. Basil, I think I might need to be in the driver's seat. She might, I'm sorry, it's going to be a bit tricky for you all to see, but if she gets up and wants to move in this direction. Got to be acrobatic to do this job. Do we need to back up? Yeah. Yeah, there are definitely people involved in the vet space here. Canadian, there's a lot of also, Hesk has got their own guests that they've invited, which we don't have too much control over. Okay, we are going to have to pull her. Gareth, ready? She doesn't want to get up. Okay, yeah, she's still a big girl. I mean, she's not fully grown, but she's a big girl. Okay, they're trying to get her into a position where they can trim that horn. And right now, they think she's in a good spot for trimming. That's what they needed to pull her for.
You can come stand with Pete. The camera just needs to stay in the car so they can still.
Okay. Not good, yeah. Right. You should see the shards of horn that are coming off. They're needing to pull her over so that her weight is evenly distributed. Get out the way. Okay, they're not pulling just yet, they're waiting. Pardon? Pete, or mine? Cool. Right. So she's up. Great stuff. This is great stuff. She's up and she's moving. Let's go with it. Yeah, we don't want to get between her and the fence. We don't want to be squashed. She's so big.
Someone go keep the
Okay. Okay. Ooh. Push. We're pushing. Okay. Gotta push her this way. Oh. Go. Off, back. Nice. Success. Good job, everyone. Good success. Nice. Woo. She's heavy.
Yeah.
Sometimes. Yes. I want to show them one of these shards, yeah?
Yeah, show everyone the shards, and then when you're done, you can say, everyone, we're going to take a break and we'll go live again.
Cool, when we're
we
there.
Get to the release.
Alright. Just want to show you what I was chatting about earlier. She was so heavy there. I was pushing, and her foot stepped off the trailer. And then I was terrified that I was going to get an earful from Dr. Rogers. This is my one time to shine, and I wasn't shining. But I did really lean into it. Okay, so this is a shard from her horn now. You can see what I mean about it being just like normal keratin. It breaks the same way. It feels the same as our nail. It's actually quite disconcerting how similar this is to a toenail. Anyway, what we're going to do now is we're going to get them to Rietspruit. And so we're going to put you on a wait screen, and we'll see you when we get there, and hopefully both Lula and Kalula will be ready for their release into their new home. See you in a minute, or a few.
For us, live streaming conservation events is incredibly important. It enables us to take you from your living room at home onto the ground in Africa to see what the conservation heroes are up to see the plight of the animals, and to be part of it in real time.
Oh, that one looks very bad, unfortunately. She's breathing a little bit faster than we would normally expect from the elephant, and that's almost certainly from the wound. Her body is fighting.
By supporting Painted Dog TV's emergency fund, what it does is actually enable us to react with lightning speed to make sure the money gets to the people on the ground, and in doing so, help save the animals and get them out of danger as quickly as possible. This year has been an incredible example of that. We had 2 wild dog emergencies within a month, and if we didn't have access to those funds, it's almost certain that quite a few of those animals would have either been shot or poisoned. That's the reality of it, and that's conservation.
You can see it almost looks like a military operation, and these have to be planned like military operations. Oh, it's mom and baby coming out first. Here we go.
Thanks to your support, we were able to donate $92,000 in 2023. In 2024, we hope to exceed it, getting to $200,000.
A heartfelt thank you to all our pack members and their continued support.
Good morning, everybody. A very exciting morning for all of us here on the Rietspruit Game Reserve. We just wanted to have a catch up with this wonderful man standing in front of us, Rhino from Rhino Revolution. Today is a big day as we try to trim some of the black rhino's horns on the reserve. So we just wanted to catch up with Rhino about today's plan. There's some new technology that's going to be used today as well.
So the plan for today is to actually focus on all the black rhino on the property. We need to trim the horns of 2 animals. Then the other goal is to put ear tags and foot collars onto 3 animals. So there's one more adult bull that also will be fitted with an AI collar, but he was trimmed last year, so we won't do him again. But ultimate goal is to find all black rhino, trim 2, and put the ear tags and foot collars onto the rhino. So it's like you mentioned, it's a new technology. So we are doing it for the first time, which is really exciting. But yeah, when you do something for the first time, you can't promise success. So there's a bit of a risk. But if it works, then it's amazing technology because it's a lot smaller than what we are used to in terms of collars. And it's solar powered, it's AI, so it's a smart device. They are a fraction of the costs from these known collars we use at the moment.
And tell me, Rhino, why is it that they go around the ankles on the rhino?
So the ideal situation is that we only put them onto the ear, but with this new concept, we want to see if it lasts on the ear, and so the foot device is actually just the backup.
Okay.
Because it's less invasive on the animal if you put it to the ear and it lasts. And we decided for the black rhino to start because they spend a lot of time in thick bush. And we thought if it stays on the black rhino, it will stay on the white rhino.
For sure.
So yeah, it's a bit of try and error now.
Sure.
But if you don't try, you won't find out.
Oh, here he is. All right, everybody. So just enough. We got the call from Jerry and Bruce that they'd located one of the black rhino bulls, and we've had to race right across the entire property, right up against the western side of Blowbonk here, and to this amazing black rhino 3 or 4 minutes after it's gone down. So Dr. Pete Rogers and his team are busy tending to this animal right now, and so we're going to start the whole process of trimming and fitting this animal with the collars. So we're just standing back for now, just to let Pete do his thing, and I know that he'll call us over when he's ready. But how epic is that, everybody? It's the closest I've been to a black rhino for a long time, that's for sure. And it's amazing to see how much of that horn has grown back already.
Slowly, push him down a bit more. Brilliant. There we go.
Yeah, I think that was close to the northwest vein, I think. Oh, yeah. There we go. History.
How incredible was that, everybody? I'm actually shaking from that experience. Just, yeah, such a special moment, and very privileged to be a part of that, and it's all successful. The tag's all in, the collar's on, and that bull's just taken off. So he's on his way. No more disturbing him for a couple of years, hopefully. Just incredible. But the work doesn't stop here. We're going to carry on now searching for the cow. We want to try and do the cow if we can still today. It is starting to get a bit warmer. So the fixed wing aeroplane, Bruce is up there already searching, and Jerry's going to join him pretty soon with the chopper. So they are going to continue and see if they can try and catch up with the cow and do the exact same process with her. I hope you all enjoyed this. I certainly did. What a privilege. Keep well, everybody. Bye for now. think I'm going to, guys. I'm first going to go up to the reservoir. Just have a look there because I heard some thudding, almost like animals running. Just quickly go over, look up there and switch off again and just see, because it all kind of makes sense. Monkeys a little while ago down there, alarm calling. And now Franklin's alarm calling a bit closer to us, so that predator is moving towards us. That's upset the monkeys initially. Well, that is of course if the Franklins have seen a predator. It did sound like it. The sound that Franklins give off when they get disturbed by a predator and they fly off and shriek their alarm call. I'm leaving the male lions, they're mobile north up Seskant towards Seskant Krip.
Copy.
It could just be their brother, you know, trailing behind them. But the Franklins weren't close to the road here, the Franklins were in the block. Which makes more sense if it's a leopard. Let's start here at the reservoir, see if we can see anything. There's always this great view from up on top of this ridge down Lemundur and Pat here. Scan down towards where I heard the monkeys.
Out now. These lions western side near Seskant Creek.
Ah.
And also rhino down there.
That's why we heard the thudding. There's more rhino up ahead here, everybody. Looks like 2 of them at least. I wouldn't be surprised if that bull we had now doesn't come across these rhino here. It might be whose scent he's following. At least 1 calf here. I wonder if this is not the same 3 you all saw yesterday. Those male lions did come from here. I can see their tracks on the road here now. So they came from Kudu Krip up to where we bumped into them here now. These rhinos found some mud last night or early this morning, presumably last night. Oh, fighting. Bulls are fighting. Oh dear, and there's blood all over the face of the bull that's being pushed back at the moment. Oh my goodness, guys, there you go. That bull found the one he was looking for. Oh dear. Oh dear, there's big wounds on the face of the... Yeah, I think so, Michael. Oh my goodness, we just spoke about their fighting and how vicious it can be. Look at that. Oof. And it'll be even more vigorous because there's a cow here. At least 2 cows here. Look at the mud all over these rhino. Where did they find the mud?
It's a wallow just in here.
Oh, in here?
Yeah.
Incredible. Andrew reckons there's a mud wallow in this block just south of us here. Unreal. These must be the 3 you saw last night, yeah. Sorry guys, I can see you're a little bit worked up with everything that's going on. Yeah, it's a cow with her calf and then another sub-adult. Her calf there, I think, is a bull, and it might even, no, they're too closely together in age. The other one's a cow. The one at the back now is a cow. Okay, let's get back to this fight, everybody. It's insane. I'm watching it out of the corner of my eye here. It's just dust everywhere. Kevin for Gareth.
Yeah, I'll go ahead.
There's two bulls now having a full-blown fight here on Lemundering, just east of the reservoir.
Okay, I'm on my way then.
Now this was all to be expected, everybody. We knew this was coming. Just try listen now to the sounds as well. Now you must remember, everybody, they do pick up a lot of injuries in these fights, but very seldomly do they actually kill one another. It does happen, but it's rare. And of course, with the trimmed horn, it's even more rare for them to kill one another, which is the one positive byproduct of removing their horns. You can't even see the rhino, there's so much dust. Happy birthday, Charles. Happy birthday, bud. Yeah. How old are you today, Charles? Is it 39 hugs, or how many hugs is it? I'm going to give you a couple of extra. Jeez, there's a big knock there. Big knock there. It looks like the bull closest to us is the one winning, and that's the bull that came past us earlier, guys. That's bull number 10. Sorry, bull number 3. Ringo. Oh, look at that. My goodness. This is insane. Kevin, they've now pushed each other towards Sunsloot Put Junction, Lemundering.
Okay, copy. Can you identify the bulls?
Yeah, it's definitely number 3 that seems to be winning, and I'm struggling with the second bull. The second bull does look bigger, but there's a lot of dust here, so I can't really make him out just yet.
Okay, copy. So you're talking about rhino bulls?
Yeah, A firm.
Okay, sorry, no, you've got an issue with elephants. I thought it was elephant bulls. Okay, thanks.
No, this is normal. They haven't changed the way they fight because they don't have a horn. The fighting is the exact same. And it's basically just almost like a pushing match to see who's got more strength. But every now and then they will try go blow for blow and try hit each other on the flank to actually hurt one another, to try and force the other one into submission. Oof, trees going down there. This This is insane. Been a long time since I've seen rhinos fight. Last time was actually in the Sabi sand. Oh yes, Deneen. Sometimes, unfortunately, they puncture each other with those long sharp horns. And I've had to watch many rhinos bleed out and die in the Sabi sand because of it. So I'm pretty certain it's bull number 3, as I was saying, closest to us, and he's pushing this guy all the way now, approaching Kudu Krip. Yeah. No, they fight in the same way, Michael. Yeah, exact same. I'm still certain that the bull furthest from us is the larger of these two bulls. But yet he's the one being pushed back. And he's the one that's got the bulk of the wounds on the face. Yeah, just right there, you can see that. Unreal. Exactly, as long as he doesn't leave any scent behind, and he's submissive to the other bulls. So it's not just about scent. If he does bump into the territorial bull, he's got to be very submissive to him. And if he is, then yeah, then it won't come down to a fight. Amazing. Pushing now straight to the Krip. Kudu Krip is just here. We've just pushed each other through a midden as well, which is interesting. Big hit, big hit. Just thinking now, the last time I saw rhinos fighting here on Rietspruit must be 7 or 8 years ago, and it was right here as well. This next junction where these rhino are headed. I was just out on a bumble on my own, just bumbling around, and happened upon these two bulls that were fighting. I stayed with them for an hour and a half. That fight went on. These fights can go on for hours, everybody, until eventually one of them gives in. Some nasty wounds on that guy's face above his left eye.
Bull number 20,
Definitely. Yeah, it's amazing.
Been hitting the gym.
Trying my best to identify the notches on their ears, but it's very difficult with all the movement. Slowed down a bit.
More baboons complaining in Northstone side.
You know what's interesting, guys? The bull that's taken the pounding on the right is the one that came past our vehicle with the lions. So he's picked up all of those injuries just in the couple minutes before we got to this fight. Very amazing. Gee whiz, look at that. Just gauging each other. Unreal. Wow.
Blue bank.
Sammy, where did you say those baboons are alarm calling?
They are making noise near Northstone Road, between Northstone Road and Baobab.
Copy that. Isn't it incredible to witness something like this, everybody? You don't see this often. That bull there looks like he's only got one cut in his right ear at the top. We just got to be careful. We don't want to be too close to these guys because if they go at it again, they could very quickly come crashing your way. Which one? There's... Oh, that... I think it's a Petronia. Yellow-throated Petronia calling at the top of this tree here. Can't see him though. Look at that. Look at them sizing each other up like that. Yeah. This is fascinating watching this behavior. I will definitely send this footage, Michael. They'll be interested to know who's fighting with who, so we'll definitely send this footage. They're backtracking towards us here again. Make sure we give them enough space here. Yeah, that too. Yeah. Okay, so I think I've worked out who these two bulls are now. Bull number 10 and bull number 3. Yeah, and it's still the smaller bull that's leading the fight here. Just going to quickly park up here because then we'll be able to get a pretty good shot of them from here. Kevin for Gareth. So bull number 10 is the big guy. Is the smaller guy, and bull number 3 is the big guy, the one we saw with the lions. Number 3 is the one backtracking. Look at that with the dust. That is insane. No, I think it's just like an involuntary action that you'll see from rhino. They do it all the time. When they feel nervous, when they're pumped up and aggressive, they'll always curl that tail up. So it's just like an involuntary sort of muscle reaction to being, you know, a heightened state of adrenaline. It's amazing how quickly they move while they're doing this. Now they've gone straight back to where they came from. This midden that they crashed through earlier is just there on the left of them now. Not that they're going to be too worried about that. Well, as I'll say that, they both stopped to smell. Look at that. Look there. Just briefly pausing from the fight to smell the dun. Oh. But interestingly enough, there hasn't been a big knock now in about 10 minutes. No connection. What did you want to say? Copy. Still sizing each other up, but not connecting, not hitting one another. Look at that, back and forth, eh? Scent marking again by dragging his snout on the ground. Can you still hear me, guys? Ah. Oh no. What's happening? I wonder if this fight is coming to an end right now, everybody. It's definitely slowed down a lot. Oh, not over yet. Oh, look at that, eh? He's leaving. Bull number 10's on his way. He's going back to where the cow and the two sub-adults are. Bull number 3 looks like he's going to head east. Oh, big cough. Look at that. You don't see that often either. That's all the dust. All the dust that they pick up while they're pushing and shoving. It's like watching a dinosaur cough. It's unreal. Yeah, this is the one that first came past us when we were with the lions. I was just, you know, when I saw the blood, when we first saw them fighting, I just assumed that it was the other bull. Go ahead.
Are you still with those Rhino bulls?
I am, but they have just stopped and separated. Number 10 is heading up towards you, heading west. And number 3 is still hanging around Kudu Kripia. Yeah, affirmative.
I'll come past and have a quick look.
Copy. Yeah, he might do, hey? Especially with all that dust he obviously inhaled. A sip of water would certainly help. He's going past the midden again here now. But fortunately not too much damage. Yeah, exactly. He would have started this midden, Michael. No, I think bull number 10, he's decided, okay, I think I've won that fight. I'm now going to go claim my prize and head back to the girls I found earlier. But yet, look here, number 3 is still scent marking here, so he hasn't given up. Is he going to drink? I think he might, you know. Yeah, Kevin's had a very interesting morning. Our elephant bulls were fighting, broke through the fence, and one of our bulls is now on the BCC. So it's going to be a very interesting day today. Ten. Who's this? Yeah, 3 lost. Yeah, so this one is bigger than the other one. So the other one that's walked up the road towards Lemundering now, or up Lemundering Pad, has just got that chunk missing here on his right ear. Just that's the only mark. He's the smaller of the two. Jeez, not from what we saw here. Didn't look like a big bull, that other one that was winning. Yeah, this is number 3. This is the one that came past the lions when we were sat with him earlier, and he buggered off into the block. And when we next saw him, 10 minutes later, he had all these wounds already. Shame boy. That's a proper shiner. Fighting with the bull from the BCC. Okay. So Kevin looks quite upset, understandably, because our bull, elephant bull, guys, with the collar, is now on the BCC, and we've got to somehow get him back. The fence is down as well. They tore the fence up on the southern fence line of Blowbunk. And yeah, so our bull's gone in there, presumably still fighting with the bull he was fighting with initially, which will be the BCC bull. We've seen them have altercations before along the fence line, but now they've finally actually managed to get through the fence and will continue that fight with each other. So they're probably still fighting on the BCC. But now the fun part is going to be trying to get our bull back. No, Kevin doesn't know where the younger bull is. And we don't know definitively what happened, because of course this happened during the night. Oh, I don't know, Michael. Tough question, that. Who knows? There's lots of oxpeckers. This you often see as well after rhinos have had a fight. They smell the blood, those birds. Now they'll be picking at his wounds repeatedly on his face. Got far more oxpeckers on his back today, this morning, than he would on any other day. I'm just going to hop off and mark my territory quick, everybody. I'll be back shortly. Good morning, everybody. A very warm welcome to all of you here in a very beautiful part of the Rietspruit Game Reserve. We are fortunate enough this morning to be having a discussion with Rhino and Kevin from Rhino Revolution, and very excited to chat everything about Rhino and all of the positive changes that have happened in the organization, and also with some of the positive objectives that we want to try and achieve in the future. And so we've invited Rhino and Kevin to join us today just to discuss more about rhino conservation and, as I mentioned, the organisation. So Rhino, welcome. Kevin,
Thank you,
thanks
Gareth.
for coming. Lovely to have you guys with us. Rhino, maybe you can just tell us in brief just a bit about the organisation, Rhino Revolution.
Sure, yeah. So Rhino Revolution was founded back in 2012 by respected conservationists and reserve owners here from the area in Rietspruit, and back then mainly focused on raising funds to pay for the costs that have skyrocketed as a consequence of the poaching crisis. So a lot of attention went into generating funding for anti-poaching units and keeping the boundaries secure of the reserves. And our mission back then was to rescue, rehabilitate and release also orphaned rhinos that were victims of poaching. And so for many years we were running an orphanage here in Rietspruit on the reserve actually, and over the time we had 5 orphans coming in and successfully released them onto the reserve in 2017. And we are still custodians, obviously, of the animals. They're doing well and breeding. And recently, we shifted our focus more to a more proactive approach, which is now to reimagine, revalue, and restore. Yeah.
And can you maybe tell us a bit more about those 3 things you've just mentioned there?
So, like I said, we feel it's an urgent need to move to a more proactive approach and reimagine the conservation efforts that are underway at the moment and not showing the results we would like to see. So that's why we said we need to reimagine our approach, and in the next step we need to revalue rhino as umbrella species, as keystone species, and revalue their contribution to keep biodiverse ecosystems going and same time restoring. And then as the last part is obviously restoring and using rhino to restore habitat.
Fantastic. You guys have had some amazing successes in the time that you've obviously been in charge of Rhino Revolution. Can you maybe touch on maybe one of your favourite successes in recent history? If there is anything specific that sticks out.
So I think we focused a lot also, I forgot that earlier, on horn trimming operations that have shown to be quite successful. And so these operations are always as you can imagine, quite emotional, but after you're done, you feel there's a bit more security now for these precious animals. And so every operation is quite unique, and yeah, we feel privileged to be helping these animals in that way, which is currently the most effective tool in short-term saving these animals.
Sure. And tell me, the work that you guys are doing, Rhino Revolution, is it purely based on Rietspruit, or is it beyond our borders?
We also offer, obviously outside the Rietspruit Game Reserve, help where help is needed, and where funding is needed. So our main focus, or our main work, is actually to generate the funding and then be hands-on on the ground too, where help is needed. But we obviously raise funds to pay for veterinary services, helicopter, fixed-wing costs, all these costs that are necessary to conduct an operation like this. And then also obviously funding anti-poaching costs.
Sure. So some big successes, and we've obviously seen a lot of that here on the Rietspruit Game Reserve, and we're very grateful for that. But there've probably also been some low periods, some difficult periods, or difficult things that you've had to deal with. Can you touch on anything like that?
Yeah, I think in general, funding is about to dry up all over in the conservation space. It's an issue. Also because I think people want to work or want to contribute more towards a solution than a problem. And if they always only contribute towards horn trimming at one stage, they will ask, okay, what is your plan for the next 5, for the next 10 years? Is that the future you only see for now for the rhino? So that's why we said, look, we need to implement a more holistic approach and focus on the right audience that are with us on the solution side of things.
Yeah. Kevin, can you maybe explain to us a bit more about your role in Rhino Revolution?
I'm a non-executive director, so I'm there to bring to bear whatever expertise and knowledge and experience and ideas and so on that I've got. So but because Hannah and I live close to each other, we obviously talk quite a lot. But effectively, my role, you see, a lot of the conservation NGOs are often staffed by or led by non-conservation people, and also the concept of conservation isn't really quite well understood. The idea of saving Bambi is not conservation.
Yeah,
that's saving Bambi. Let's not confuse that for conservation. And people have got an oversimplistic view. And one of the reasons why I was happy to join when Hannah asked me is because of the new mission, which actually aims to make Rhino Revolution obsolete. So I'm a resource economist at heart, although I have a BSc agriculture in animal science. I always look at the economic side of things. And again, this is where most conservation projects fail. They completely ignore the economics. No, conservation's the special thing. It's higher than the clouds. Nobody should even put money near it and all this thing. Well, the truth is you pay a fee to go into any park anywhere in the world. You pay a fee to do anything to do anywhere. So why should conservation be any different? So my perspective is all around that economic angle.
Okay, brilliant. Thanks, guys. I'm going to now move into the next topic, which is a very exciting one, and that's a big mammoth task that we're all about to undertake as of this Sunday. So next week we'll start with the mass horn trimming exercise up further north from here. Hannah, can you maybe tell us a little bit about why Rhino Revolution is involved in that, how that came about?
Yeah, sure. That's quite a while back already when I was asked from Ledette actually. So I met someone on a let's call it
Ledette is.
Yeah, tell us who Ledette is.
It's the provincial authority that needs to be present, like on dehorning operations, and they also manage some reserves here in Limpopo, and she was one of them, and we met actually at a rhino convention in 2023. Beginning of 2023, and when I introduced our organization there, I said we are also offering help where help is needed in terms of raising funds for horn trimmings. And yeah, she obviously remembered that, and then came back to me early this year and said we've got a desperate need for our population on the reserve to trim them, because they haven't been trimmed in almost 4 years now.
Sure.
And she made very clear that there's no funding available from government side, and they don't know how to do it. And I then said, okay, let me get back to you, and we can for sure make a plan and establish a timeline to help. But funding for an operation like this will be massive, and I need to get partners involved, so we can't do it alone. It's always better to collaborate, obviously, and get more organizations involved. That's why we are really grateful for Painted Dog, actually, who stepped in and organized and sourced the funding, so we can make this a great collaborative effort.
100%. So I assume the main reason then that these rhino haven't been trimmed is purely just that, financial reasons.
Yeah. It is government's obligation or responsibility to trim them, but in the appointment letter they made very clear that they don't have the money for it, and they won't have the money for it in time. So that's why we set up a contract and sorted all of that out, in order to be able to help these animals.
The reserve is a combination. There's a few private owners, and then government's got the biggest chunk of the land. So it's got a few technicalities involved in ownership and responsibility and so on. So
quite a bit of red tape and loops and hoops to jump through there.
Well, it's not always agreement between the parties.
Exactly. You always have some politics you need to deal with, but in the end, we now found a good solution, and everybody focused actually on what it's about, because it's about helping the animals, and then you can't put your own agenda in front of it. You follow the agenda for the rhino.
Sure.
Yeah.
Tell me, have they had many incidents on that reserve of poaching, recent or in the past?
They had incursions, and on neighboring reserves there were poaching incidents recently. That's why they are now very grateful that it's happening. But I guess we will find out when we are there, and we get a picture from the fixed wing and from the chopper, because I mean it's a big reserve, and from the vegetation obviously quite thick as well. So I'm not sure how these rhinos are managed from the guys on the ground championing it as good as they can. So I think it will be a bit of a surprise.
Okay. Yeah, it's interesting. Tell me, the team that's going up there, can you tell us more about who might be with us next week? Also up there?
It's obviously you guys.
Sure.
And then from the veterinary side, we'll have Joel Alves, Ben Muller, and Bart Geisendam.
Yep.
And 2 veterinary nurses coming to join, and then from Rhino Revolution side, it will be Andreas coming along, and Philip and myself.
Okay.
So we keep it as a small, effective team, so we can do as many animals as possible in the short time we have.
Yeah.
We are talking about, we don't know, so maybe 80 to 100 animals in about 10 days. So most likely only 9 days. We'll see.
Yeah.
But it's a very rough timeline.
I see you forgot to mention Kevin's name on the team involved.
Yeah.
Kevin.
Are you coming along?
Not this time, Kev.
I don't have 10 days available, I'm afraid.
Fair enough.
No. We need you for.
Do we know more about? You mentioned it earlier. Do we know more about the procedure every day, or are we just going to tackle it blind, basically? Obviously, the team is well practiced in this procedure.
I forgot. Obviously, Bruce and Jerry in the sky. Our
can't
angels
forget
in the
them.
sky.
No, 100%. So, do we have a plan going forward, or is it more just get there, assess, and then we'll move?
Yeah. So the plan for Sunday evening, when everybody has arrived, is to do the briefing and schedule the days for the work, and also define the time slots. When are we starting? When are we finishing? But the first days are normally what we experience from the past, most animals you get in the first days.
Yeah.
And then
Slows
they're
down.
obviously a bit under pressure from the chopper and from the fixed wing, so they will spread more out. And I assume over the days we are getting less animals than towards the end and most to the beginning. But yeah, it should work out. And we also obviously need to see how the road network on the reserve is and how accessible the animals are.
Yeah, that's the first thing. That's the first thing I thought about when you were referring to the vegetation, is the ground team.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
So, but I think with Bruce and Jerry, we've got a great team.
Yeah.
And Jerry, we saw it yesterday. I mean, he's brilliant in herding the animal to the right spot. So I'm not too worried.
Any other specific risks you might be concerned about with this operation on that specific property, or is it the same?
Definitely the quite substantial black rhino population. They are always challenging to work with.
Yeah.
Also in terms of waking them up and everybody being safe on the vehicle in the right time.
Yep.
And then the normal risks like the private landowner I spoke yesterday with. He said, please be cautious about mambas and puff otters. We've got quite a few snakes here on the reserve. And I said, yeah, it's fine. We're all bush people and we're used to it.
I've also I've heard some whispers from colleagues and friends of mine that apparently the elephant population
is big there.
Is big, and they're not as relaxed as other populations.
Yeah.
So that, I suppose, is also something we're going to have to be very careful of as well.
That's why we are doing also the security briefing on Sunday, before we actually start working Monday.
Yeah. In terms of the rhinos, you've touched on it now that obviously it'll start with high numbers. What is high? What are we expecting to try and achieve in days maybe 1, 2, and 3? We know it'll slow down after that, but what do you think is possible within the first couple of days?
It's really difficult to say now without having seen the population and how the crashes are. But yeah, I mean, if we can get 15 in the first day, that would be great.
Yeah.
And then slow down from there. And obviously we can't, there's no way we can trim all animals. Some cows will have small calves.
Yeah.
Some animals we might not be able to find in the thick vegetation. Some black rhinos, possibly not. So we're just doing our best.
Okay. On that point, are there plans for a follow-up if we don't achieve the numbers that we were hoping to achieve? If there's still a bulk of the population that we know still need to be trimmed?
I think we can do that.
Okay.
And we should decide after we are done.
Yeah.
And let's see just in terms of numbers what we have achieved, and then conclude with the landowners and Ledet if they are happy, or if we need to do a bit more extra work. Obviously then on a different date, because everybody else is pretty much scheduled after the operation. So we literally have to leave on the 10th, all of us to be back.
What are you doing about the horn security? Is that just going straight to Ledet, or?
No, so obviously the reserve and therefore also the rhino population is sort of co-owned.
Yeah.
In the same way like the reserve is owned in a percentage, and that's then also how the horns are owned.
Yeah.
So the private landowners and Ledet need to make their arrangements in terms of, okay, whose horn is this, whose horn is this, so they come to a fair result, meeting the demands legally. But that's not our responsibility to get involved, and also not securing the horns afterwards. So that this will be outsourced by a third party.
Okay.
Because it's obviously also a security risk.
Yeah.
But are there somebody like Fidelity not coming with you?
For collecting them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe I can ask you a question on that, Kevin. What happens with these horns once they're removed from the reserve?
As a general rule, I mean, at the time, there's all this sampling that's taken, and you would have seen yesterday with the scanning of the necks to things. So I don't know if these rhinos have been chipped or not.
Most of them, yeah.
So they should have a subcutaneous chip.
Yeah.
And so they identify each one. Then they take the sample of animal and the horn, and then those should go together through the RODIS database, which is at the University of Pretoria, associated with Rietspruit Veterinary School. There's some issues with its productivity, but they then take those, and then these animals are identified by date, by number, by kilograms of horn, and so on. So there's a whole tracing thing, so that you know that this cow, number one, that's her horns from this particular date, and so on. So they can be traced. Then they go, one company particularly, but there are others, that Fidelity Security, have got safes where they then transfer these horns to, and they keep them there. I don't know if they're fumigating them or not, but they're probably fumigating them as well, because they do deteriorate over time. The idea is to try and keep them in the best possible condition, because maybe one day there is a trade, and then they're stored there until whenever, and that costs every year as well. So that's an additional cost.
There's a lot of people that have often asked me, why don't we just burn them immediately?
Because now we get down to the economics argument. Kenya is very famous for burning rhino horn, but particularly for tusks.
Yeah.
Any of you who have looked at a rhino horn or a tusk will know that it doesn't look like something that wants to burn.
Sure.
And it's actually really hard to burn, so you've got to throw a whole lot of fuel over it, like petrol or gas, and set it alight, and you're just making a lot of smoke and pollution, and taking something that's the Eastern medicine considers valuable and turning it into something not valuable, which is the destruction of acid value. And when you destroy acid value, things get poorer. So rhinos get poorer, the land that rhinos live on get cheaper, the owners of that land get poorer, and so generally speaking, what you're doing is you're taking a problem and making it worse, not making it better. So the better idea is to recognize that our Western approach of saying, oh, these silly Chinese people, they've got this funny belief. Well, that funny belief has actually been around for 5,000 years, so maybe there is something to it. It's unlikely to have survived for 5,000 years if it was completely non-functional.
Yeah.
And, you know, allopathic medicine, modern medicine, has been around 200 years. The Chinese argument is, we'll take our 5,000 years, thanks. We think that works better than your 200-year approach. And of course, most Chinese will do a bit of both, so they'll practice both medicines. In Africa, there's lots of traditional medicine, and people will go and find roots and various other things to think, now, does it work? Well, to a large extent, us humans are funny things. Whatever we believe will work, because you'll only see the side that works, and you'll ignore the part that doesn't work. So people who smoke a lot, for example, somehow believe they're not going to die from it, even though the evidence says they will die. So, you know, changing people's belief systems is very, very hard. It takes generations. We're probably speeding that cycle up in modern things with social media and smartphones and things like that, but nevertheless, the Chinese traditional medicine isn't going to disappear next year.
No.
No matter what you try and do about it, it's going to stay there. So my argument is that if the horn can be sustainable, and the Chinese are prepared to pay a reasonable price for it, and you could set up a system where you have a much more humane approach to supplying that demand, we should actually deal with it. And the horn trade in South Africa is legal. So I can go and buy a rhino horn. I need a permit and all these things, and the person selling the horn needs a permit, but we can actually buy and sell rhino horn in South Africa. Because CITES is the Convention for the International Trade in Endangered Species. That's what CITES stands for. Technically, white rhino is listed as near threatened. They're not endangered yet. Only black rhino are actually endangered. So people use the word endangered as if it's one global or anything. So, for example, lions are not endangered. They're near threatened. It's a different status. Now, there's a different UN body that deals with those statuses, and that's IUCN, International Union for the Conservation of Nature, based out of Switzerland. And they have these various specialist groups. So the moment the species is considered to be under threat, they get a group of specialists together who are invariably scientists, which is where part of the problem is. I'm not saying that there's a problem with scientists, is that scientists are good at science problems. Rhino horn and rhino trade and the threat against rhino is an economic problem. You actually need economists involved in these kind of discussions.
Yeah.
And they're missing completely. Fortunately, in one of the specialist groups, there is at least one scientist who considers himself much of an economist, Richard Estes, and so he's trying to sort of get people to realize that you just got to deal with what you've got. So we spoke about, Rhino spoke about keystone species earlier on. Now, keystone is a scientific concept, generally speaking. And so your main keystone species are big transformative species. So, for example, whales in the sea, or lions, or elephants, or in the Okavango Delta, hippo. They transform the environments, and where the hippos decide to walk, the water tends to follow. And so you change the channels, and over a period of time, a channel that was flowing strongly this year is now suddenly going the other way in the Okavango. Elephants and how they push over trees and modify things like that. Lions in terms of what they catch and eat and control populations of both predators and prey species. But rhino have traditionally not been considered a keystone species from a scientific point of view, but they actually are, because, and this is again my background as an animal scientist agriculturalist, we look at production. Yeah. Where scientists don't look at production, generally speaking, they just look at diversity and so on. And grassland production is greatly influenced by the presence of bulk grazers like rhino and buffalo and so on and so forth. And they are keystone species because they help maintain grasslands. I'm talking specifically white rhino now. So they are, in my view, a keystone species scientifically, but they're much more important keystone species economically, because rhino have a high value for photographic. Just they're nice animals to see, they're easy to see, they're impressive, and you can see them often in areas and again, that's white rhino. Black rhino we know a bit more challenging, but they're a keystone species from that point of view. And secondly, there is a demand for hunting. It is a declining demand, but there are people who like when you shoot them, and they pay really big prices for that. And then thirdly, if you allow this, the value of their horns. Now you can harvest 1 to 2 kilograms every 18 months to 2 years, depending on a male or female or whatever the case may be. And if we take the value, there's some work that's done that shows that the black market value in a port like Maputo for rhino horn, which is primarily coming out of South Africa, is between sort of $3,000 and $5,000 per kilogram. If you just take that as a base price, that means that an average rhino every 2 years, let's just assume that they produce 2 kilograms every 2 years, is producing $10,000. Now, the average horn trimming costs about 15,000 Rand, which is less than $1,000.
Per animal.
Per animal.
Yeah.
So, straight off, it pays for the horn trimming and it pays more. And if we just take the stock of rhino horn, that's sitting in stocks now, well over 100 tons, increasing at 9 tons per year, round figures. That's enough to pretty much pay for most conservation work that takes place in South Africa today. Not just for rhino.
All of it.
All of it. It would more than cover our costs for the Rietspruit Game Reserve.
Yeah.
Now, that's the reason why you don't want to burn it.
100%.
And you'll get it sustainably. And long term, the demand, just like the demand for hunting is declining, the demand for the Chinese traditional medicine will decline.
Yeah.
But it'll be slow. Ultimately, it'll get to a point where it's probably no longer economic to harvest the horn. And when you do this, you don't have to harvest horn from the Kruger Park. There's enough horn coming out of private areas. So there will be areas that will say, no, we prefer our long horns for the photographic thing. And now suddenly we'll start seeing rhino with long horns again, running around all over the place.
Yeah.
And the incentive, and the other argument against that is, but there are people that will still poach. Yes, sure. Before 2008, when things changed, there were 12, 14, 15, maximum 16 rhino poached a year out of a population of 20-something thousand. It's a rounding error. But we don't ban cars because people steal them. Yeah, it's a silly idea to ban things because people do silly things with it. There's always going to be somebody with an arbitrage. There'll be some guy who thinks that even if I get $3,000 for that rhino horn, it's worth it.
Yeah.
And they'll do it. But for most people, getting the $3,000 amongst a team of 4 or 5 people, going through the whole illicit chain there when there's a legal chain is just not going to be worth the trouble.
Yes.
So the poaching will decline to a background level.
Yeah. Just quickly, populations of rhino. What are they like at the moment in Africa, of white and black?
In Africa, we've got about 16,800 something white rhino, and then just over 6,500 black rhino. So quite substantial of what is left.
Yeah.
But yeah, in terms of population in South Africa of African rhinos, it is about 70% that are actually in South Africa. It's Zimbabwe and Namibia to it, and then we sit with almost 90%.
Incredible.
So the Southern African conservation approaches,
and
although there's
that
poaching,
should trigger a question of why.
Yeah.
Why are all these rhino in Southern Africa? And before the poaching crisis started, it was even more skewed. South Africa probably had 85% of all the rhino.
Yeah.
And the answer is because we know what a rhino is worth alive in South Africa. Every other place, other than Zimbabwe and to a lesser extent Botswana and Namibia, rhino only have a value dead and illegal. So if you want to value dead animals and let that value exceed the live value, don't be surprised if you end up with more dead animals. It's just pure economics.
100%. Can you maybe tell us, Kevin, there was a poaching crisis, what was it, 30, 40 years ago here in South Africa? And
not in South Africa so much, funny enough, we didn't really have it, but north of us. Yes.
Just north of us, but I know that South Africa at that point was vital in bringing back the populations of rhino and saving, just strengthening the population.
It's quite a complicated story, so I'll start at the beginning. So there were hundreds of thousands of rhino in Africa in the 1800s, and they were everywhere.
Yeah.
Black, white, multiple species, and that's the other important thing is amongst the black rhino is 4 subspecies.
Yeah.
Whereas in the white rhino, practically speaking, there's 2 southern white rhino left, and the rest are all northern white rhino. The rest are all southern white rhino.
Yeah.
So the 2 species of white rhino, one's functionally extinct.
Yeah.
It technically exists, but practically it doesn't.
Yeah.
So we ended up with a situation where there was a legal concept called res nullius, which is a royal game, public property. It's a British concept that got spread to most areas. So wildlife belongs to the state, not to the person whose land it's on. And as a consequence, hunting them really had no consequence for individuals.
Okay.
So white rhino in particular, because they were much easier to hunt, were being shot out for fun, largely. There was no real big trade. I'm sure there was some trade in the horn, but it was background. It was just like, I can shoot some rhino. Boom, Teddy Roosevelt, I don't know how many he shot.
Yeah.
50, 100, I don't know, in a hunt, in one hunting trip. And we ended up with a situation where there were about 50 left at the early 1900s, and they were all in KwaZulu-Natal in what was now the Shishlu-Mfolozi area. And from those 50, they kind of bred up to saturate that Shishlu-Mfolozi. It was about 100,000 hectares. I can't remember what the numbers got up to, but they were getting to the point where there were too many. And a thing called Operation Rhino was brought into being. And this was in the 1950s, early 1960s. Ian Player is one of the more famous people on that, but there was a whole big team.
Sure.
Dr. Hatuan was the pioneer of developing drugs to dart them, and M99 being one of them, and that was the key to doing it. And that was a real risky operation. They used to ride after rhino initially before they worked out the drugs, and throw lassos over them and try and pull them off with horses and all sorts of things. I mean, it used to be really, really seriously dangerous.
Yeah.
And then they found the tranquilized. Then they used to ride after them with the horses and then try and get the vehicles there which weren't all four-wheel drive. They used to have the Land Rovers, but they couldn't. The trucks were not four-wheel drive, and have to try and get them to where the rhinos were, and all that kind of stuff. And then they worked out how antidotes worked, and etc. So there was a whole range of things that went on in the 1950s and 60s, and eventually catching rhino became quite easy, relatively speaking. It's not without risk, but it is a very low risk situation right now.
Yeah.
Particularly white rhino. Black rhino, there's risk to them just because the way their head works, they just keep going until they hit something, and then they fall over, or they find them stopped against a tree stump or something, but they just keep going and they fall down into a riverbed. And that's when they can get injured and so on. So you don't want to handle rhino if you don't have to.
Yeah.
But anyhow, then they got all that going, and they started restocking the Kruger National Park. And then Kruger National Park eventually became the home of the white rhino. There are more white rhino in the Kruger Park than anywhere else. That was true until fairly recently.
Yeah.
John Hume's rhino, who it's probably true again now, but John Hume had more white rhino than the Kruger Park about a year ago.
Yeah.
So that's what led to the change. So then in that background, so that poaching crisis that came in the 1970s, 80s and so on, that was driven by two things. Chinese traditional medicine, but the biggest part of it was actually ceremonial daggers in the Middle East. Mostly Yemen, but other areas. And black rhino was the particular species that they wanted that horn from. And they used to make these fancy daggers that you will see with the big curves in them.
Yeah.
And that was one of the areas where the market managed to change people. They managed to convince them that using synthetics would give you a more durable handle and a better one, and so on and so forth, and they shifted that market.
Yeah.
And so the demand for specific black rhino horn declined considerably, and that's when the black rhino population slowly started to recover. And what was going on in the background is South Africa had the legal trade internally, but still you still weren't able to trade, because I forget when the ban was implemented, 70s or something, wasn't it?
Oh, 77.
Yeah, 77.
Yeah.
So the trade in rhino horn was banned by CITES in 77. And people say that that's what caused the black rhino numbers to recover. It actually wasn't. It was just the shift in that demand for the ceremonial daggers. And anyhow, what was going on in the background is there were people in South Africa, farmers particularly, that were buying other people's horns and leaking them to China. And so this was keeping the cap on the sort of poaching as such. And that's why we were sitting at 10, 12, 14, 16 animals a year from the 1990s right the way through until 2008. In 2008, the then Minister of Environment in South Africa, Van Schalkwyk was his surname, he's known as Kortbroek anyhow, which means short pants. And he was a National Party minister in a government of national unity with the ANC, and his tenure was coming to the end, and by all accounts he was looking for the UNFCCC, the climate change head of climate change committee for the United Nations job, and he thought that by banning or changing the regulations, so it wasn't banning, it was moratorium on the internal trade, would make him look good in that international market, because unfortunately the whole world thinks that trading in rhino horn is a really bad idea, except for the countries that are saving the rhino. And so he brought that in, and literally, you can see it, past 2008 poaching took off, stepped up in 2008, 2009 really went for it, by 2015 it peaked.
Yeah.
And it was directly a consequence of the cutting off of the internal trade. So if we had a rhino die here, somebody would have come to us and said, I'll give you 10,000 rand for the rhino. And we said, oh, sure, for the horn, okay.
Yeah.
Take the horn. And we didn't really worry about where it went, but it went there. And there were all sorts of pseudo hunts and things like that. So if you put it behind it, you can link economics to this problem all the way through, bar the situation when rhino weren't valued because they were public goods back in the 1800s, and people were just shooting for fun.
Incredible. Hanno, maybe you can tell us a bit more about the technology. There's a lot of new technology that we've been using, that I've seen you using now, with the rhinos that we've worked on recently. Can you tell us a bit more about that?
You mean the tracking devices?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's various technologies on the market, from foot collars to ear collars. The most established ones are now solar powered, obviously, and using AI technology as well. Problem with most of the units is they're quite expensive. and put that onto the costs of protecting rhino, it's not really a model that many reserves will be able to implement in terms of cost pressure. So that's why we were curious about a technology that is literally a fraction of the current costs in other devices. It's also solar powered and AI, but it works on a different on a different tech base. And maybe Kevin can explain a bit more about what it is without telling too much.
Yeah, but basically, all the collars and any smart tag, you know, your normal tag just with a number on it isn't smart. You've got to have a look at it and see what it is. Yeah. Is based on some sort of radio system, and there's various radio systems that can drive them. So the initial collars were all VHF radio. Now, those of you who are old enough will remember VHF radio. It was that and the sort of the Voice of America and the BBC World Service and all those things, and you used to have to sit there, and depending on the ionosphere and what was happening, it would either be clear or not clear, and it would go from clear to not clear every couple of seconds and all those kind of things. And that was VHF or shortwave radio. And most of you will have seen these Yagi aerials, these aerials with lots of little wings on them, and you see people going around like this looking for collars. Now, we do that with some of our collars still use it. It's still quite commonly used, but it's a background technology, so you have to be quite close. It's line of sight, and you know, you need to be, generally speaking, within about a half a kilometre. Sometimes if you're at the top of the hill, you might get a kilometre range. So it's very difficult in a place like this to find an animal if you don't have some idea at least where it is. And once you know where it is, and you find it, and even then, you know, we can have that elephant bull sitting behind the bush here, and all we can say is the signal tells us he's somewhere in this area. Yeah. And eventually,
can you hear me? Okay, so we've just got back to Rietspruit, which is fantastic. The two females, the two rhinos, are in great condition. We want to see, they're just pulling in one of the crates here. So they are bringing in the first crate with the first female on, and then we're going to be putting the next crate in, and they'll release the second female after that. So this crate is Kalula. The first one we loaded up, she's the one we want to get off. She was kind of lying down a little bit in her crate just now, but she's so she's been in just a touch longer, and we're ready to get her off, and I think she's ready to be off as well. Yeah. Okay, you want to be, we're going to just quickly maneuver the car so that Basil can put you in the best possible spot. So I'm just going to pull back, so I'm going to move now. Cool. Let me just straighten up a tiny bit. How's that, Basil? Good. I am, but you're welcome to come. All right, there's lots, like I said, a lot going on at the moment. Oh yeah, you can hear us and they're home, Canadian. It's going to be exciting to watch them get free. You can see there where the trailer is reversing to. You can see that there is a little bit of grass that we've brought in for them to feed on, so that's going to help them settle as well. Just to get them through to the wet season when the grass is going to be more luscious and therefore more nutrient dense for them. Mary says it's only 1 a.m. where she is, so this is not very long past her bedtime anyway. Yeah, this has been actually a very efficient, very well streamlined event this morning. We expected to have a much longer morning than we've had, and so great for the animals, great for everyone involved that this has been so seamless. We just have to get them off the truck and then we'll feel much better about things. Brent's checking out our angle. Okay. Yeah. Do we have humans behind us? Alrighty. Okay. Sorry. How's that? That's going to be great in there, I think. Further back? That's good. Okay, you can see where Brent's moving now. That's where she's going to come off. Very exciting.
You guys might be able to see better from over here.
Yeah, you're welcome to stand on this side here. We've got lots of different visitors. Everybody's really excited to see her coming off the truck, and I think she's probably really excited to come off as well. Hopefully this will be the last time she's moved in her life. That's the plan, at least. Hello. We've got Hanno with us. He's behind us, checking out the release highway. I'm interested to see how she gets off, if she's going to stumble off or if she's going to run out.
Is there a ramp?
I'm sure there should be a ramp on the truck. That's how we loaded them on. So the trailer will drop the ramp down and then they'll be able to walk off quite seamlessly. They're just having a bit of a problem with the latch over there. It's good. I think it's better that the latch is tricky to undo than that it's easy to undo and then something happens on the way. But there's a lot of movement from within the trailer, which is a great sign. We actually prefer lots of movement. We want to know that she's in good nick. Oh, here we go. The door's coming down. Woo, so exciting. Okay, let's wait. She's head first in the trailer, so she's going to have to reverse out at least partially before she can turn around. I might have to encourage her to back out. Two weeks ago we had wildebeest that were offloaded onto the reserve, and actually the acclimatization from a dark truck into into the bright daylight can be quite stark for them, and so they become comfortable in their little dark bubble. Obviously the wildebeest were on the truck for a lot longer, and they are a different species, but she might just be a little bit disorientated and needing a little bit more encouragement to help her realize that she's actually free to go. Yeah, I can hear Greer on the other side just making sure that the rhino in the other trailer is standing. It's always better for them if they're standing, because when you drive the vehicles, you want them to be able to stabilize themselves. You don't want them to be rocked around. If they're lying down, they can't stabilize and brace themselves. So we just make sure that they're standing so that nobody gets hurt. Hello, how are you? I saw all your guests, but I didn't see you. Looks like she needs some time. Reversing backwards is not the first natural instinct of a big animal like a rhino. Yeah, she's been bounced around and sedated today, so she needs to back up. Okay, so they're preparing for her to, bracing for her to come out. You can see that they're moving all the people away. They just don't want anybody to be in her way if she comes out grumpy. You can see that, I don't know if you can see Dr. Rogers and Andreas from Rhino Revolution. They're trying to encourage her out from the top. Usually these game transfer trailers are open on the top, or at least have a few, they have beams, but they're largely open. The suspense is killing me. Come on, girl. Here she comes. There's a rhino booty. Nope. She's gone back in. You know, it's one thing having to reverse when you're a big pachyderm. It's another thing having to reverse down a slope that doesn't feel like ground. So it's an unfamiliar texture, and it is down a slope. So of course she'll be a bit wary, but once she takes to this environment, she's going to thrive. You just need to help her off the trailer. She gave us a little teaser there. Okay, it looks like she's coming again. Okay, this should be it now. Look how exciting. One more step and you'll feel natural ground. Oop. She's not sure if she wants to step off the trailer or keep reversing. Look at her tail shaking. Good stuff. Oh, look at her. She is shaking a little bit. Of course. Oh, there's her head. Nice, she's done. Amazing. How successful is that? Oh. That's amazing. Yay. Okay, that was a good job for Kalula. Now they just have to make sure they close the trailer quickly and get the vehicles out of the, well, it's just one car at the moment with the trailer, out of the boma so that they can bring Lula in. How exciting. That was amazing. This is Carol, this is Kalula that's just been offloaded. She was the first one we loaded this morning. She's the older of the two. And now she's the first out. She was the first into Hesk. She's 7-8 years ago. She was the first loaded up this morning, and now she's the first in her new home. We'll have to see if she's the first through the gates when they open in a couple of weeks' time. Fantastic. Canadian Anne, she is going to be fine. She's going to be more than fine. She's going to be able to live a completely natural and normal rhino life, and that's all that we can wish for her. Oops. It's quite a big bang. All we can hope for is that she leads what is totally normal, a normal life for a rhino, a white rhino cow. And her chances just increased tremendously because she's arrived safely. That little piggy tail, yes Mary, that curled up tail is a typical sign of a white rhino who's a little bit irritated. A perfect little pigtail curled up like that. It's actually quite different to a black rhino whose tail when they're irritated is straight, pin sharp, almost like a warthog. So it's two different swine species that we can compare these rhinos to when they're irritated. The white rhino becomes like a little piggy with a curled tail, and the black rhino has a dead straight tail, kind of like a warthog. And I think a black rhino would have been less passive about its dismount from the trailer. We're quite lucky that we're not dealing with black rhino today. Okay, that was amazing, and she's just plodded off into the distance as well. Now we gotta get Lula in. Good job. She came off quite nicely. Yeah.
Card for
It's also so nice that we can move them together because they have one another as companions. And so although this is a new environment, they'll be very familiar with one another, and that's going to mean that this is just that much more that much easier for them to acclimatize, having their partner in crime with them. Let's take these off. Hello. How awesome was that? Yay! It's one thing getting them sedated and boxed and brought here. It's a whole different thing to watch it come to fruition in the success of her coming off the trailer. Awesome. just taking the one car out and they're going to bring the other one in. I think it's unlikely we'll watch them reunite. It's quite thick and we're not going to go back into the boma once they're off, but I'm sure it'll be lovely for both of them once they have reunited. They're going to feel so much more settled. I don't know if I'm seeing her through the thicket or if I'm... No, I think it's just branches. She went off quite nicely though. Oh, she's turned around. Or am I going crazy? Is it possible for them to turn in a crate, Gareth? No, it shouldn't be. I don't know why. I thought I just got her tail, so... Greer's showing the men how this is done. She's so cool. No, it would be very surprising if they had turned in the crate. Maneuvering any trailer, I don't know how many of you have trailer driving experience, but maneuvering any trailer is so counterintuitive because the way you would turn the wheel to turn the vehicle is the opposite way you need to turn the wheel to move the trailer. So it feels very counterintuitive, and I'm no trailer driving expert. In fact, I hate trailer driving, if I must be honest with you. I've done it, I can do it, I'm no professional. But it's inch by inch work, and these two trailer drivers have made it look like they make it look a lot easier than it is. This trailer is so large as well, so maneuvering it is a real difficult thing. Is she in the boma for a while or straight into the whole space? Mum, she is going to be in the boma until we get the first rains of the season. So we need these rhinos have lived in captivity their whole lives, or in a form of captivity in a boma their whole lives, since they were rescued after their mothers were poached, and so they only know being fed. And at the moment, yeah, she hasn't turned. I was just seeing things. At the moment, it's too dry. It's just too dry for us to release them directly into the wild because they haven't had any supplementation. They've always had supplementation of their diet. So until we get the first rains of the season, they'll be in this boma, and we expect that to be, the next 3, 4, maybe even 5 weeks. And after that, they'll be free to roam in the real wild. We did speak a little bit earlier about soft releases versus hard releases. Usually a rhino can tolerate a hard release, which is directly into the wild, but we've just chosen to give these two girls a soft release into the boma because they've had a different start to their life. It's doing great though. It's so hard when everyone wants to give you their input because it's such a technical thing to do. Greer was doing a great job. This is the girl we had to push into the trailer earlier, so... Oh. never thought the most tense part of the Rhino relocation was going to be maneuvering the trailer, but I should have known, because it's not an easy thing to do, especially not when you have such precious cargo. I used to hate it with guest luggage, never mind a Rhino on the back. Okay. Hopefully they get it in the same gap as they had the previous one, and then we'll have a really good vantage point. Yeah, Mary, they haven't actually notched their ears yet. I'm sure that that's going to be something that they'll do in the not too distant future. I'm not sure what the exact plan is with that, but they decided against doing it today. Maybe if we chat to Hanu, we can ask these questions. Carol, I'm not sure who will be 111 and who will be 222. I mean, maybe just on age and who's bigger and who was in first. They'll do Kalula as 111 maybe. But that's just my speculation. I have actually got no idea. Maybe they don't know either. Maybe it'll be a case of, okay, let's look at if they have any natural notches and work with those. Sometimes they do have natural nicks in their ears, and it's easier to incorporate those kind of things into the notching. All right, it's time again. I have a funny feeling she'll come off a little easier. It is, it's a smaller crate, and she's been more obliging today. Lula. The other vehicle's making a song about the two names of these rhinos. Lula and Kalula. I hope she doesn't step on Brent's camera. We're just going to keep a little bit quieter. All right. They've dropped the doors, but there's actually still a pole behind her. How come this crate had a pole and the last one didn't? Oh, the other one did as well? And what is that for? So that they don't push up against the back of the door? Okay. So Gareth's just explaining that they put the pole in the back of the trailer so that there's minimal room for movement. You want to keep them as snug as possible so that when they're on the road, they can't topple over anywhere they are. They're kept pretty, they're bound quite tight, just so that they don't fall and hurt themselves or sustain any injuries. They need to be on their feet, and they need to be in a small enclosure so that they can't, like I've just said, so they can't fall over. Yes, Ma will feed them in the boma. Both of them will be fed in the boma. The grass that you can see behind the ramp, I don't know if you can see it, there's a lot of foliage, but where those legs that belong to Brent are, behind that there's a pile of grass. It's tricky to see, but it's a different color to the other grass. It's more green. That is lucerne that they've brought in to feed them, and we'll keep doing that until the bush flushes. That is the point of them being in this enclosure. It's not a small enclosure, it's a big enclosure. But the point is so that we can supplement their nutrition. The pole has been removed and the door is open. I wonder how much encouragement she's going to need. For some reason this ramp doesn't look as high either, so maybe she'll be able to just step off. Kalula did the same thing eventually. She stepped off rather than backed all the way up. Technically it's backing down the ramp. Okay, she looks like she's coming. Brent's so big he almost can sway a rhino. He hopped off and the whole trailer moved. We'll keep the camera off you. Do you want to take him a good coy? He's definitely... Shame. Poor Brent. At least he's not presenting. Lol. Canadian says lol Brent in his flip-flops. We're all saying lol Brent in his ripped trousers. I hope he doesn't have his flip-flops on. No, he has got boots on. I know, he's got boots on. She's moving quite a bit in the crate. She'll figure it out soon enough that she can move backwards. And then we'll see her come off. I think Carol Brent is very glad that he's camouflaging well at this point. Oh my goodness. Everybody who was inside the boma, except for Brent and the driver of the car, and Pete Rogers, Dr. Pete, the vet, they've all moved out. Just in anticipation of her coming off, perhaps with an attitude. You never know if they're going to feel a bit grumpy, and I think they would be within their rights to feel grumpy after a debacle like she's had this morning. Under most circumstances, it's a pretty placid dismount for a white rhino, but she could. It's better just to not take any chances with wildlife. Also limits her stress if there's less people in her space and in her line of vision when she comes off. She looks like she's coming. If he's wearing boots, it must be chilly. Mary, I think it's more like if your toe gets stomped on by a rhino, it must be quite sore. And his toes did get awfully close this morning to being stomped on by rhinos, so boots were the adult choice this morning. Although slip slops are always a tempting option. There's a lot of thorns around at the moment, and they make short work of slops, so it's always safer to be wearing boots, even if your feet get claustrophobic. Come on, Lula. It's so cute there because it's tricky to see, but you can see her shape. Oh, she might be coming off. Get ready, everybody. Get your screenshots. Nope, she's come forward again. You can see her head in the front of the trailer. Maybe it's happening. Well, I was definitely wrong in my assessment of her being quicker to get off the trailer. Oh, we are. Basil thought that you were one of the rhinos coming to get him. Somebody gave us a fright by moving our vehicle. It is a cute vehicle. Come on, girl. Come on. It's a process. She's not so sure about it. But the quicker we can get her off, the less she'll thrash around. Get ready. No, never mind. Full start. Okay, she's got more attitude than, much more attitude than Kalula. Oh, she's... Be careful, girl. You could hurt yourself if you don't go back. Here she comes. She's half off. Shaking as well. Good job, girl. There she's. On the other side of the car. I wonder if I can pull forward a little bit. Okay, we're going to go forward a little bit. She's coming around. She has got attitude. She's also got a little bit of blood on her face. Checking us out. Wow, folks, amazing. Totally amazing. This is incredible. You can actually hear her smelling her environment. She's done it, she's free. At least free of the trailer. Her tail's down, she's quite relaxed. She's eating already. She's far more confident than her friend. She's going to be fine, yeah. That's such a good sign. What a good girl. Straight off the car and into the meal. I always feel like that after a long road trip. That's incredible. We could not have asked for a better way for this to go down. What a fantastic, fantastic morning. 10 out of 10 success. This is so cool. Okay, she's off. We did it. That's 2 out of 2. 100% success rate for the day. Not that we thought we'd have anything different, but it's so good to know that both of them are in the boma. They'll find each other. They have actually gone in different directions, but they'll link up and find each other shortly. They'll probably start communicating, maybe even with little squeals, soft squeals to link up with each other. And of course, over the food. Their food is in specific areas. So if they want the best feed, they'll be feeding from the same spot. So in no time, they'll realize that they've traveled with their friend and that they both got here and this is their new home. So it could not have gone better, really. Let's check if we have any questions. We got a really good look at her, Bob. We got more than a really good look at her. She had a really good look at us. I think that's what happened. She also had a really good look at the Land Cruiser. For a moment there, I thought she might try and redecorate it, but she was kind. She was actually very relaxed with it. So it's been a huge success this morning, which is, now we get to follow them. Now we get to figure out exactly what their lives will entail on Rietspruit. Let's see if there's anybody we can say thanks to. Andrew's having a good giggle. Good job. Good job, everyone. That was fantastic.
Still up.
Hello. Hello from Andrew. Goodbye from Andrew. Checking. I don't know what VM thinks, but I think since we've had a super successful morning and we've got them free, that it might be time for us to say goodbye. I'm not entirely sure. I'll let you know in a minute. Okay, no problem. Okay, no, we'll keep you with us for 10 minutes and we'll try and have a chat with, if we can see if we can get anybody who wants to talk to us. But we've done really, really well today. I'm really proud of the effort and how seamless it was, especially even moving on the road. You know, we left Hesk and we were here within maybe 45 minutes, which was really good time, especially because we were traveling, you know, with 2 rhinos. So that was totally fantastic. I think the only real casualty of the day has been Brent's pants. So, so that's minor. We can deal with those kind of casualties. I think I'm going to try and grab Andreas, but I don't know. Oh, okay. Oh, we're waiting for a decision on the bull and what we're going to do there. But let's see if we can chat to him. We're coming to find you. Yes.
Just to come and find Hanno.
Hanno looks like he's having a good chat. That was a good success, right?
That was a good success.
You feel happy?
Now we are relieved.
Now we're relieved. Hey, it's like you want to celebrate, but you can't.
We can't be noisy.
We can't be noisy. Well done. Such a good job. Well done. Aww. We didn't get your heart. Do you want to show them how you feel again? Andreas feels warm.
I'm really happy and relieved. Everything went well.
We couldn't agree more. It's been such a good morning.
Yeah, the weather was perfect.
Yeah.
And even the journey to the reserve
was perfect.
Quite easy.
Yeah. The weather's been the best thing for today. It's like been on our side.
Yeah, it's on our side. If you check the weather from tomorrow on.
It's not on our side?
It's not longer on our side.
Okay.
That was literally the last
Today was our gap. Yeah. A good job, Greer. Everyone's saying that you're a superstar.
We just had too many
cooks in the kitchen?
Yes, if they just left me, I would have done fine.
You did do fine. You did more than fine. Nobody on the channel could have reversed a trailer.
We're all very fast. No, I'm not. It was a disaster.
It was not a disaster.
Well done,
We know. We all on Team Greer. Okay.
Yeah, so just received the message. This is it for today.
This is it for today.
Yes, they are not taking any chances.
Yeah.
Bull also moved into a thicker area now.
Okay, the bulls moved into a thicker area, and suddenly it's hot.
Yeah.
Suddenly, like in the last minute, it's become really warm. So, but we were just saying, what a success!
Yes, amazing.
What an amazing success! They came off nicely.
Yes.
Lula had a bit of
drama, huh?
attitude. She's going to be my favorite. I can tell. They wanted to know. You don't know who's going to get which notch yet, do you?
Yes, we know. So the first rhino that we loaded this
Kalula.
morning, Kalula, she will receive number 111.
So she'll be 111.
Yes.
And then
Lula will be 222.
Okay, there you go, Carol. I hope that helps. 111 will be for Kalula, and 222 will be for Lula. Okay, that's great. And they expect to be in the boma until the end of the dry season.
Yeah, as soon as we get some nice grass.
Okay, as soon as we've got good grass, that's what we were chatting about. Yeah.
We have water and a mud wallows.
Yeah, and then they'll be able to
5-star.
to be free. Oh, everybody feels really good today. Everybody feels like we've been part of a great success. And it's always better not to take any major chances with the rhinos and the moving of them. They're not like humans. We sweat to regulate our body temperature, and the elephants have their ears so they can regulate their body temperatures, but the rhinos do struggle a little bit more for temperature regulation, especially when they're semi-sedated. So it's better not to take chances now that the heat is picking up. Really, in the last 2 or 3 minutes, the sun's broken through the clouds and it's got a lot warmer. So we've made the right call on the day, definitely, especially also if he's in a bad area.
Hi guys.
Hi, did you have a small problem?
Yes, I ripped my pants.
Okay.
And these are my new pants.
Brent ripped his new pants, but he didn't, not enough to need the
They're too
kukoi.
long, that's the problem. There's too much play. You need shorter shorts, then they don't rip.
It can't be any shorter.
They can. I need to find shorter shorts. That's the only solution. I hope everyone enjoyed. How's everyone doing?
Everyone's doing great. Very, very happy. All very successful.
And you explained to everyone why they're in the boma?
Yes,
Okay,
we've thoroughly covered the boma.
Good.
And we're happy with it.
Do you know how many full pickup loads of bones came out of this boma?
Tell us how many.
3.
3 full pickup loads of bones, because it's been a predator boma.
So it's had lions.
And then
it
cheetahs.
had cheetahs.
And then
it
two
had-
sets of dogs.
No, then it had dogs. Then it had cheetahs again.
Okay.
Then it had dogs again.
Okay.
Then it had cheetahs again, and then 2 sets of dogs.
So basically, the rhinos are bringing some balance to the predator boma.
I've been wanting to cut the grass here for a while, so now we've got
real grass cutters.
natural lawnmowers.
That's going to be.
What is the time?
It is now 9:45.
Oh, good. That means I think you guys should still do a pack drive this afternoon.
I can't believe you just did that.
Yeah, I did live. There you go. So pack drive is on Vim. You're asking me. This is the best way to tell you.
And Brent's taking it.
Brent's got a meeting in town. Nice try there, Victoria. Nice try.
Brent's
Bye,
forgotten
guys.
that everybody was awake.
I was also awake at 4 o'clock.
Yeah, but you'll be asleep. Meeting.
I got a meeting.
No, that's fine. We'll see you all then this afternoon
Bye,
at 4:30 our time. So 4:30 our time, and we'll see you for a pack drive. Bye, everybody. Have a fantastic rest of your day.
Enjoy!
Enjoy!